Just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly?
check. Mic check. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, do I got a show for you today. Lots going on. And I just wanted to start right away, right in chat. I'm going to post the YouTube video that I posted about support and resistance, because we're going to be going over that right away today. But the very first thing I need to bring up is last week we started this YouTube channel, and it's almost crazy to say. We started this YouTube channel last week, and our first goal when I first started it the first day was 50 subscribers in a week. I thought that was doable. And then we blew that out of the water, guys. We blew that out of the water. We had 50 subscribers, I believe, in the first 2 days. Then our goal was 100 by the end of the week. And I don't know if you guys have seen it or not, but I'm looking at 135 subscribers already. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you so much for all your love and support. And I love it. I love it. You guys know this is my passion. I absolutely love this. So if you're just joining with us today, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're trying to build a community of like-minded traders here. We do everything from small cap to long-term investing and everything in the middle. I bring you live commentary, some of the best that's out there on the internet. And if this interests you, go ahead, hit the like and subscribe. But anyway, guys, listen, I woke up this morning and I seen that the SPY was back up to where? 410. Take a look at this up here, guys. Here's that white line that I drew for you last week. And if you notice, when we broke down here, I told you that I was either expecting this to pull down to 400 that day or move up to 410. This thing just traded sideways. Now, two things are probably going to happen here, all right? Because we broke through this heavy support of 410, and we know it's heavy support because it's caught this 410 numerous times in the past. Back here, 9/12, 2022. We have it here at 12/1 and here at 12/12. So if we look back on the daily candle chart here, we can see that there is technical resistance here, here, and here. Then we came up and we finally broke through that technical resistance, found support on that technical and psychological resistance at exactly 410. And then when it breaks down through and it spends a day underneath here, this is the 1 hour, guys. I'll put it on the 15-minute because that's what we're used to looking at. And so it hung out here for 15 minutes for the whole day on Friday, guys. Just traded sideways. And now look. This thing's pushing back up to 410. Now, if you guys were with me last week, I think the first thing that should come to your mind is that 410 used to be support. So now it is what? Now it's resistance. So now I'm looking at this and I'm asking myself, what should I expect in this area? It looks like we're ramping up in the pre-market. You need to always understand the pre-market and the aftermarket is going to be a lot lower volatility, meaning there's not many people trading. People are jumping over each other. They're price gouging. The spread on the SPY right now is 3 cents. Isn't crazy, but people will just step over each other. We're looking at very low liquidity. When I talk about liquidity, I'm talking about the volume, like how much volume is there, right? So if you look at this, see all this traded volume here, there's plenty of it. In one of the smallest bars, if we look, we've got 1.5 million traded in a 15-minute candle. As to where if you go over to, let's say, our largest bar here, that's moved, we're only looking at 89,000. So when I say there's lack of liquidity in the pre-market and the aftermarket, that's just saying that there's not many people trading. And if there's not a lot of people trading, that means that you won't find an accepted price. What you're going to see is people just getting in, getting out, doing what you will, but there's no solidarity. There's no real key point where where you can say, yeah, that this is important or this is important because there's so little liquidity there. But we can look back on this day and we can say this VWAP area is its most active traded price area. So the accepted price for this day was around 406.50 at a low of 405, guys. Look at that psychological level. It hit 405 almost exactly, okay? That's why we talk about two different types of support and resistance level. There's the technical and then there's the psychological, okay? Everybody talks about how they're ADD. Well, when you're punching in a ticket, you don't want to put 410.62. You want to put in 410, right? You don't want to add that extra penny or subtract it. If any of this is new to you, I posted that YouTube video in the chat. If you guys want to check it out, open it up in a new tab. Don't you leave me. Don't you leave me here. All right, guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over, because this is the pre-mark prep, we are going to go over all of my watch lists. We're going to go over all the trades I have been in and some of the trades that I'm looking forward to. So we're going to start with CETX. CETX was a low cap, low float volume mover last week. And if you guys know what I'm looking for, you can see it right here. This looks beautiful. And this is why I had it on my watch list, guys. We have this large move up respecting this 10-day moving average. And after this large move up, we get a pullback and a tightening range. Okay, when I say range, I'm talking about on each candle. This range here on this candle is 1241 to 682. That's its range. If we look at this, you could tell its range is getting tighter each day. Tighter, tighter, about the same, but it's starting to get really tight in here. And then we come on this 10-day, and what I was expecting, the whole reason why we had this on the watch list, guys, is because I wanted to see this get even tighter. I wanted to see the range just really squat down on that 10-day moving average, okay? I didn't get that, okay? It touched this 10 and it bounced up and it ripped up, okay? So that wasn't my picture perfect play. No big deal. There's going to be plenty more. But usually, if we do get a high flyer mover, something that's going to continue to move, we'll see other opportunities. So we're going to leave this on our watch list. We're going to come back to it. We're going to check things out in probably a few days here, and we'll just keep our finger on the pulse. And that's really, really important to do. If you keep your finger on the pulse, not just of the market, you need to do that too. You need to keep your finger on the pulse of the overall market as well. But I'm specifically talking about per ticker. So if you're watching a ticker, let's say you're watching CETX. Actually, let's use a better example. Let's go to Tesla. And as you guys know, I've told you this, and this is why I took this trade. Okay? This was the breakout trade that we took last week. Okay? I only took this trade because I know how Tesla runs. And I've said it multiple times. This not only is a psychological level of $200, but I know if it breaks through this and we can hang on to it, that this ticker has the opportunity to run. Only because I've seen this happen multiple times, okay? So if you're seeing things and you're keeping your finger on the pulse of the different tickers, you'll have a better understanding of how they work. This Tesla, you can just see it. It runs. When it breaks these big high days, these accepted price area, it just runs, okay? So that's what we're going to do with CETX. It's a heck of a lot different than Tesla, guys, because it's a low float, small cap stock. Oh, it looks like Tesla is... Right here's a perfect resistance, support and resistance example as well, guys. Just like that 410 that we seen, that I told you I'm expecting to see some resistance at, right here on Tesla. That same breakout, that same psychological $200 area, it came up, it touched, and it fails, okay? Or we won't call it fails. It finds resistance. Now, if it can come back down here and find some more support down here and keep trailing sideways, guys, this is another beautiful trade that I'll be looking at. Now, I would not recommend following my trades. I find conviction in these trades, and I do this for your entertainment. I am not a financial advisor. So if you take trades first, and I always say this, first, know your risk. So if I were to get into this, I would use a low of day as my risk, probably this 193 area, okay? So I would definitely keep an eye on this, and I'm definitely going to go ahead and put an alert here in case we get a little sidetracked and this ticker decides to scoot on back up there in the morning, okay? Now, there seems to be a lot of market volatility that's expected this week, or more specifically, this day. So if you are trading today, please keep that in mind. We're supposed to see some bigger moves in the market. This is ASUR. You can see exactly why I'm watching it right here, guys. We have a beautiful rising wedge with a base following this 10-day moving average respectively, okay? I would like to see another tight day, but this looks like it's starting to fall below that 10 a little too much. It might come down and test this 21-day moving average, just simply because it has before, right? And then it bounced back up. Even back here on this day, it bounced off the 30. So we're going to keep an eye on this stock. If it breaks out of this area, you can see I have a mark for that. If it breaks out, we'll probably get some small share size just to make sure that we can try and extrapolate a little bit of that money. And also, too, guys, remember on these breakout strategies, I'm trying to back test these, okay? We have two main strategies, and then we have this third strategy, this breakout strategy, that I'm continuing to back test, okay? Now, all of these strategies, I didn't just come up with my own. I made them my own, but what I did do was a lot of reading, a lot of learning, a lot of YouTubing to learn everything that I'm regurgitating to you now, okay? I was a baby bird. I was taking it from anybody and everybody. I have many, many mentors. I have many friends that I've surrounded myself with people like this so I can help learn and educate myself as well as learn and help you understand what's going on in the market as well. So ASUR, looking on the 15-minute, I wouldn't mind seeing this play out for a couple more days and letting the 20 and 30-day moving average catch up because of its history. So we're gonna keep an eye on that, guys, and we'll see what happens. LPG. So LPG, this really interests me when I seen it. I pulled it up on one of my scanners that I got from KJ Trades. A really cool dude. He makes these scanners here. I've made my own and stuff. He just made it real easy to rip it through. But we have our gapper scanner up top here. This is for your low floats. This is for the quick, very, very small cap. I mean, these things will rip your face off. I know a nice Mikey G that likes to play these. I don't know if you're with us today, Mikey G, but I love watching his Twitter feeds. He always puts these beautiful pictures, these beautiful charts up of these low floats that he's actually shorting. So, what up, Hardy Cook? Good to see you, brother. Glad you're here, man. Glad you're here. Today, Hardy, the market will be opening at 9:30. So what we do from 8 until 9:30 is we're doing a pre-market prep, meaning we talk about what happened last week, we see what happened over the weekend, and we check our support and resistance levels, and we try to find which ticker is going to be interesting to us most, okay? Before we carry on with those tickers, though, I do want to look at the earnings list. So I take the earnings list every single night for you guys, and I put them on my own watch list down here at the bottom, okay? This watch list, I have added a mark percentage change, meaning the highest percentage gain will be moved to the top of that list, okay? So right now, I'm seeing DDL. DDL is right here on this left side. Now, if we look at DDL, it looks like a stock that has been beaten down, okay? And it's just started to see some recovery here. Now, right here, it's bounced off its 200-day moving average. It traded sideways during Friday, and now this morning we had an earnings of 3 cents. Okay, 3 cents above what the analyst thought. So it was an earnings beat, meaning the analyst thought it was supposed to be, I don't know if it'll say on here, but they beat their analyst earnings by 3 cents, which incredibly bumped this stock up. It's sitting up 12.94%. So when I see a stock jump up on earnings and it's sitting up over 10%, anything over 10%, it catches my interest. And then I'll start doing my homework on it, okay? So DDL looks pretty beat down, okay? I do like that because then there's a surprise. If you can take the market by surprise, there's usually potential follow through. It doesn't always happen, and that's why we're gonna go over some more of our tickers. Tim Duncan says, "Good morning from Mexico, fellow capitalists. Let's get rich." Hey, Tim, I really appreciate your support. He is sitting poolside right now, guarantee it, drinking something delicious. Hopefully it's water this early. But Tim, you're on vacation. I'm not judging you. But it is good to see you here, brother. So DDL is going to be on our watch list. We will be keeping an eye on DDL. But what I'm going to do, just kind of a quick run through, I want to see if DDL is really surprising the market. So what I'll do, and this isn't anything crazy when I come to looking at fundamentals, I just go on here. This is TraderView. Excuse me. TraderView is a great, I mean, they have beautiful charts. They really do. I just found that, excuse me. I did announcing over the weekend, and so my voice is cooked. Hardy cooked. Anyway, I use this, and I just skim over the fundamentals, guys. I don't do anything crazy because fundamentals a lot of times will get me hurt, and it has before. So when I look at these fundamentals, I just pull up this chart here. I click on More Financials, and it brings up this data here. This data here, I'll go over the annual, okay? 2019, the revenue was $561 million. 2020, $1.6 billion. And then we look at this revenue and $3.12 billion, okay? Now, this can all be interpreted differently, but what I try and do is make sure that they're not so far in debt that they're going to keep making money, okay? They do look like they are printing money pretty well. That's about as far as I go, guys. Now, we could go deep. I could try and show you the burn rate of how quick they're losing money that I learned from Ricky Analog. If anybody's interested, I'll put his YouTube channel in the chat so that way you can look into the fundamentals a little bit better than I want to. Hopefully, eventually, better than I can, right? Because I didn't put a lot of time and effort into it. But it's because it got me hurt. It got me into a lot of trouble. So what I do, guys, is I look at the technical analysis. This 10% push up, that is a surprise, okay? Looking at the fundamentals, I know that this isn't just a crap ticker, okay? Because if we look at, let's look at any of these gapping up. If we look at the XPON and we bring that up, I can almost guarantee you, just by looking at the way it trades, how volatile it is, how it gaps and then craps like that, I can almost guarantee you that it's a low float and they're just burning money, okay? So let's just take a look at this. Let me bring it up here. And XPON. And if we look, check it out. Look at this, guys. It does look like they are starting to earn some money, but look at this net income. Their profit margin is starting to fail. It doesn't look as hot. It doesn't look nearly as hot, okay? Now, that's actually better than I anticipated. So, XPON looks like doesn't look like too much of a crap ticker. This thing might actually find some legs. Hopefully its company can pull through. But do keep in mind too, guys, in this bear market, William O'Neill stated in his book, How to Make Money in the Stock Market, that usually when there's a turnaround, what we need to do is look for new leaders. We don't look for past leaders. Now, you can average into those past leaders like Tesla, and you still can find a way to earn your profits. But sometimes in these bear markets, new leaders will start to form. So what we're looking for in the Can Slim method is new leaders to start to form and make bases in order to pull through when the market does. Okay, speaking of the market, I just want to head back there, take a peeky gander, and see what it's looking like. So we use the S&P 500 to keep an overall eye and breath on the market, okay? The S&P 500, if you have any kind of 401k or any type of long-term trading or long-term investing account, your money is going to fluctuate with this, okay? The SPY, the S&P 500 ETF Trust Fund, okay? Maybe trust fund isn't the right word, but it is labeled ETF Trust, okay, guys? So we are moving back up into that 410 area. That 410 area we went over this morning, it is very, very important. Let's start going back over some of our stocks that we're keeping an eye on. CRDO. So you can see exactly why I'm watching CRDO. We get these big pushes up here, guys. Big push up. Okay, it's breaking this this back here. Let's look at the weekly. I just got to see the weekly really quick. Yeah, look at this. It's fairly new. Fairly new. Let's see. 124.22. So last year, this thing started up almost 1 year ago. So this is a newer IPO that's breaking highs. Okay, beautiful. Let's go to the daily. And you can see it's following this 10-day moving average. This white line is my 10-day moving average. I use this not to buy. It's not like this isn't one of those lines where it's 100%. This is more here for me. This is and for me to help understand where this ticker is trading, okay? So if we look at any of these tickers and we use a 10-day moving average, or at least 3 of the same symbols, like 10, 21, and 30 is what I use, then we can have an understanding of where these tickers are trading at, okay? So CRDO, fairly new IPO. It's heading towards highs. It broke its highs. It made new highs 3 days ago. And here we are today, still trading in this range, holding a nice base. It's not falling below that 18. Psychological 18 is where it touched in pre-market and got bought right back up. So this is looking like a mighty fine ticker. Now, one thing I will say about CRDO is I feel like the range is still too wide here. Okay, we have a range from 1871 to 1803. So we got a 74, 75 cent range. Okay, that's not bad, but it can get a lot better. What we want to see is this thing get smaller than that with even smaller range. Okay, this still has a wide range. We want to see it just squat right down and almost not move, so that way we know that the buyers and the sellers are duking it out. Who's going to win? If there's more buyers than there is sellers and it breaches that, we have an opportunity to trade a lot higher. And if we have the market to our back and this breaks through 410, we might have a beautiful trade on CRDO, okay? Now, I don't suggest anybody taking this trade. If I take it, I don't suggest you taking it unless you have the same conviction I do and you know where your risk is. If you know where your risk, you know where your reward, and you know what you're doing, then you can comfortably take trades. But if you don't, stand by, okay? Just stand by, relax. You can paper trade. Paper trade doesn't give you the emotions that you do with real money, okay? But paper trading will help you understand how to actually make trades. So it'll help you learn what a buy market order, what a sell market order, what a limit order, what a buy stop order is. There's a lot of different variations, and I can always make a YouTube video on that too. But all in good time, guys, all in good time. So for right now, let's stay focused on knowing what our risk is. So if I were to get in CRDO, I would probably risk the low of day, okay? Currently right now, because we don't have anything, I would probably use 18, okay? I would use 18. If this thing broke out here, though, and I bought this breakout at the highs, say at 19, let's say at 19, if it can break 19, I would buy it. So it got up to 18.95. It found resistance at that psychological level of 19, okay? Not a technical support, resistance level. We don't have a technical resistance level. It's all blue skies from here, okay? So the only resistance we have right now is this psychological level of 19. There is not a lot of liquidity traded right here, right where it's sitting right now. There's not. There is a lot of liquidity just below it. That is increasing my confidence on CRDO, okay? Now, holding my breath, I will go to CRDO and I will see what it's looking like. So right here is its financials on CRDO, and it looks like they're constantly having a more positive outlook. Let's check their annually. They're annually looking for a more positive outlook. It looks like on this, let's look at their annual. It looks like they're increasing their revenue over the years. It looks like their profit margin last year in 2020 dropped, as now their profit margin is starting to increase. So it looks like we have some positive confluency between the fundamentals and the technical area. Again, I don't spend much time on fundamentals. I just want to know if this thing is like a biopharmaceutical company, meaning now I can read its technology, but I want to make sure it's not trading like a biopharmaceutical. And what I mean by that is, if you look at any biopharm, which we will today, any biopharm or any therapeutic, any medical type, a lot of those tickers they're ran on dilution, meaning they're ran on the company flooding the market and taking money from their investors in order to continue spending. Now, whether they're using that to actually fund their projects or fund their pockets, I don't know, but that's not for me to find out. For me, I just want to make money. I just want to make money in this market, and I just want to be here every single day, 8 until noon, to trade for you. I put it all on the line, live here for you. I give you the best commentary that I can bring, and I give you the best stock commentary and analysis that I can bring. So if that appeals to you and you want to try and extrapolate a little bit of money from the market, hit that like, hit that subscribe button here, guys. We got an awesome show for you. So if you're just joining us, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate all the love and support I've been getting. Guys, we are up to 135 subscribers in 1 week. In 1 week! I mean, that's amazing. That's mind-boggling, and that's blowing. I hope all of you are like-minded traders, and we all can get along just fine. Just fine. Okay? So let's, before we carry on with the rest of the tickers that I'm keeping an eye on, what I would like to do is check our gap up scanner. So XPON is breaching this area. What's going on? There we go. Load, baby, load. So we talked about this before. If we look down here, guys, this is our volume down here, okay? And if we look at these volumes, so this is the day we're trading in here, okay? We are trading on this day, yesterday. Excuse me. Yes, Friday, we have a traded volume of 60 million shares, okay? Now, if we look back here on this day, 1/12/23, we have traded 33 million, and the last traded day on 12/23, we had 49 million. So when I see this, I go on its VWAP level. VWAP meaning volume weighted average price. If we take this VWAP level and we make our mark and we draw it all the way through, and same on this. You notice when it came up here and touched, same thing. It comes up here and touches and it starts to sell off. Well, that's because there's a bunch of bag holders here. These guys bought in and they held onto the stock. The stock came back up and then they sold right into it. Why? Because they're bag holders. They need to get rid of that stock. They're afraid of it, okay? They were down a lot of money. They got up, they noticed that they got their money back, and they got the heck out of there, okay? Now the stock came back down and it traded sideways for, looks like a couple of weeks, almost 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks. And now we have 60 million shares traded on Friday. This thing blew through that area and now teetered sideways. And now if you guys look, this thing is trading sideways. It's still trading sideways, and it's trading sideways above its highest levels of traded volume back here, okay? So this is a very, very eye-opener for me. But we have to be careful with XPON. And if you guys know why, say it before I do, okay? Why do we need to be careful of XPON? Does anybody know? I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to tell you, but I wanted to give you a quick chance to figure it out. All right. Right here, guys. This is why. XPON. XPON only has 3.3 million shares for us to trade, okay? Which means, simply, this has such a low float that anybody that has a large amount of money whether that's an institutional fund manager, whether that's Mr. Big Pockets that lives next door, not next door to me. Well, he is Mr. Big Pockets, but anybody with a large amount of money can move this stock. Meaning, if they know, meaning the market makers or the institutional fund owners, if they see large orders on this book, say a bunch of people are sitting up here ready to buy, a lot of times they'll swipe up, they'll catch that liquidity and trap those guys that are trying to buy in, and then they'll slam this back down by selling into it. So they'll sell you those shares at the top, and then they'll sell the rest off. So they're buying and accumulating down here, they're painting a picture, they're swiping up and hitting those high levels, those psychological levels, those tops. They'll break it through. They'll get everybody trapped that wants to be long. They'll sell into them, and then they'll sell everything they got, swipe back down. Then those people that got stuck, they sell out. Then they start buying those shares up again. So it's this wave motion. Okay, they buy low, they sell high. And we are looking at things emotionally, and we're buying high and we're selling low. Okay, so when you look at these and you check the low floats on these, you need to understand you can get your face ripped off of these. Okay, so be very, very careful, and we will do our best to keep you safe in this market, guys. Okay, also, you guys have to understand too, this thing moves 90%. This thing jumped 90%. Okay, now you can look at that in one of two ways. A new trader will look at that and think right away. Their heart will start racing and they'll say, I can make 90% on my money. Holy cow, you can! But you can lose 90% on your money too. And that's where we need to be more risk adverse, guys. That's what I am doing here today. I'm trying to do my absolute best to regurgitate some of this information so you don't have to lose a ton of money to learn how to trade, okay? Now, when you're trading, it's okay to trade these. You'll see me trade these, okay? If I see my setup on these, if it gives it trade sideways and it's time for the 10-day moving average to catch up and it starts to squat on that 10-day, well, I will probably buy in. But it will be on very low share size because I'm only willing to risk a small amount to gain a large amount, okay? So if you're ever in a trade and it's making you a sweaty trader and you're wiping your hands on your palms on your sweatpants like I just did, you need to lower your share size. You need to make sure you understand where your risk is, and yeah, know where your reward is. Okay, if you don't do that, you're gonna be broke, and we don't want anybody in this community to be broke. Okay, we don't mind losing. We definitely don't mind losing. Got me wanting to get back into the game, says B. Stewie. Hey, Stewie, get your butt back in the game. Get your butt back in the game. Matter of fact, you can open up a paper trading account through TD Ameritrade, which is under Thinkorswim. You also can do, and I think the Trader View, this here, this is like $120, I think, maybe for the month, or no, for the year, sorry, for the whole year. And they have a beautiful paper trading account on this. Right here, you can click on this paper trading, and you can paper trade as much as you want. The only thing I don't like with paper trading, guys, is there's no emotion in it. There's no emotion in paper trading. You can buy in, and you can buy, and you don't care if you lose $100,000. And you won't say anything if you do. But if you make $100,000, hey, I made $100,000 paper trading, and then you come to the real market, and the emotions will get you smacked around pretty quick. And I'm talking from experience, guys. I'm talking from experience. So, if there's anybody new in here and you have any questions, leave them in the comments. If I can't go through and explain the whole thing to you, or if I don't have the accumulative knowledge to regurgitate that to you, I will find a way to get that knowledge so that way on next stream, or so I can make a video for you. Good morning, Stu Clot. Stu, baby, we got to have our meeting really soon, man. We got a lot to go over, don't we? It's good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Good morning, good morning. Let's so we're gonna keep an eye on the XPON, but remember, guys, it's a 3.3 million float. You need to be very, very careful. This thing will mask off. CLNN looks like it is gapped up 45 0.19%. It's looking very, very juicy. But because it's so far extended here, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to give this thing a little bit more time to see what it does. It might form a nice accumulation for a long, like a textbook type 1 trade that we seen just the other day on live stream that I called out for you. It was a beautiful thing, and we definitely should go back over that right now, actually. So the ticker was, let's see here, HPCO. Let's go over this type 4 play, HPCO. And guys, we have 1 hour until the market opens. So I see 15 of you in here now. That tells me there is 15 of you out there that have showed up early to the market to get yourself ready and aware. You are here to prepare yourself for that market open volatility, so we know not just what to expect, but we have plan A, plan B, and plan C, okay? And we can go over all of those so we don't ever get nervous. We don't ever become surprised by the market. Good morning, Michael, Stuart, and Ginger. Good morning, Ranny Worrell. Granny Ranny, we love seeing you in here. Granny Ranny, guys, is our low float, high flying, money spending trader. We love her. We're happy you're here. Thank you for joining us. Grandma, here. Actually, let's go ahead, take a quick second, give a cheers. I got the turkey trot. Usually, anyway, I try to use the same coffee cup. But this one's for you, Grandma. Cheers. Good morning and God bless. Okay, guys. HPCO. Let's take a look at this. So when we're looking at small float tickers that move really fast, there's a few ways to look at them, okay? On this example, I'm going to show you on the 1 minute because that is how I learned this trade. I do not suggest as a new trader trading on the 1 minute. Simply because the 1 minute can be very, very volatile. It definitely can be scary. And what I mean by that, hang on 1 second, guys. Just trying to get this out. It's hard to talk sometimes. It's hard to talk and do things, guys. But I'm learning. And as long as you stick around, you'll see it. So this is a type 1. And if you're new to trading, I don't suggest trading on the 1 minute time frame. The 1 minute time frame meaning each candlestick shows you the information that is trading in 1 minute, okay? That is a lot of volatility to be kind of trying to extract, okay? So if you guys were here, I took this trade in this area because this was a nice high tight flag and it broke out of this area and I bought in risking the low of day. Now, it did break down and I did get out of that trade. It ended up forming a type 1 play. This is what the type 1 play looks like. And I have got this from Trade the Matrix, guys. Trade the Matrix is a beautiful, beautiful site that is free, okay? And I read through almost every one of his blogs to learn how to trade his small cap trading. And I have a lot of friends and some viewers in here now that actually trade like this. It's a very fun, very addictive way of trading. I just put that in the comments. If you guys are interested, you can check out his blogs. But let's get over this type 1. We have a large push up, we get a pullback, and then we see what's called an accumulation phase, meaning we have a flat bottom base here at $3, okay? Every time it comes down, it's getting bought up by somebody, okay? Bought up, and now it's making new lower highs. Here's our high, here's our lower high, a lower high, lower high, lower high, and a lower high with the flat bottom base. To me, that is a picture perfect accumulation long. And if you guys were here in chat last week, I called out and I said, hey, this looks like a great spot to go long because if somebody breaks through this right here, with everybody shorting the market, their stops are going to be just above each one of these highs, okay? So if we can get a push above that, the shorts will get kicked out of each level and make that stock go higher and higher, creating what we can call a squeeze, okay? Now, this isn't a squeeze like an AMC squeeze, but we are squeezing those shorts out of their position. So if you guys were here in chat, right here is when I said, oh, here it goes, and it pushed up, and in the next minute, it cleared all of these areas, and right when it clears at 348, this thing slams down, guys. boom, slams down. Now, when it slams down like this, it's also clearing all your longs out. So everybody that was getting long and everybody that was getting short gets completely wiped out. And it's a crazy good strategy if you're the guy moving this market, okay? Now, how is somebody moving the market like that? And am I crazy for saying that? Absolutely not. This is a real thing, guys. This is a real thing. And that's why I bring up these low float tickers, okay? It's real simple. Charlie M says, LOL, I tried some HPCO at that area as well. Move stop to break even, so didn't take a loss. Charlie M, it is awesome to see you in here, brother. Charlie M is a like-minded trader, and we have learned from some of the greats of the same people, okay? Chris Quilamagi being one of our #1 favorites. Chris Quilamagi is actually where I have taken and made my own that 10-day moving average that we follow, and we look for tightening pennant patterns. And once the range gets real tight and it squats down on that 10-day for me, sometimes the 21 or the 30, that's where we like to see a breakout, and that's where we want to get in. So Charlie M, dude, it is awesome to see you in here, and I really appreciate you checking out the channel and taking some time out of your pre-market prep to come here and say hi. So thank you very much, Charlie. Thank you very much. Now, here's the next thing about this. I showed you the type 1 where it breaks out, and then it clears all those shorts out, and then it breaks down, right? And now it's clearing all these longs out. Look what happens, guys. Look what happens. Check this out. It comes all the way down here to its breaking out price. Clears all of these longs out. Once all of the shorts are gone and all the longs are gone, this is considered a type 4. Also learn from Trade the Matrix that I posted in our chat. So if you guys are interested, look for the type 1s. There's type 1, 2, 3, and 4. The main ones that I have learned are type 1 and type 4 plays on the 1 minute, okay? Very fun, very exciting. I would consider this more for a young man's sport, okay? As to where us older guys who go out there and we like to get outside and put our hands on some things, some realistic things. I don't know where I'm going with this. All I know is I'm getting a little too old to be playing these, but I love them. I love them. And why I say I'm too old to be playing them is because you really have to be really honed in and zoned in on these, guys. You really do. You got to identify the pattern, have your stop loss in order, have your black screen, bro, LOL. I'm not sure exactly what that means, Mountain Dew Zombie. Hopefully you're not seeing a black screen right now. And if anybody else is seeing a black screen, please let me know. So this is a type 4, guys. Type 1 breaks, shakes out all the longs, or shakes out all the shorts, breaks down, shakes out all the longs, and once they see they have no other competition, they start buying everything right back up, and it heads to the top, and it clears this. Now look, it clears this, it looks like it's going to break down again, it shoots up, and it keeps finding this area of support, and it continues higher. Now look what happens. No more liquidity. Where are they selling? Right here in the after hours. And this thing just sells right off. Look at this, guys. Look at that. That is yucky. And that right there is exactly why we brought up XPON. Because these are the low floats that can rip your face off. Okay? So, we got 17 in here. 17 of you in here. Listen, guys, if I bring any value to you, if I bring any entertainment, if you love stock market analysis, commentary, or live trading, I put it all on the line for you every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you like it, if you love it, hit that like, hit that subscribe. Be a part of our awesome community that is continually growing. I love to see all the support. And guys, if you are from Tiffin University and you are one of the 25 subscribers from Tiffin University yesterday, I want to see you in the chat. I want to give you a big shout out because I do appreciate you. I appreciate your subscription. I absolutely loved it. It was great. My kids ran around and found some young kids and kept saying, hey, you know, check this out. Check my dad out. You know, they're giving me nothing but love and support, man. Everybody, every one of you. So if you want to be a part of this channel, go ahead, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, and yeah, we'll see you on every single day. Now that I said that spiel, guys, I will have to take off here at 11. I do have some refrigerant dryer schooling I gotta stay sharp. I gotta stay sharp. So today at 11 we're gonna be finished, but that is plenty of time. That is plenty of time for the market open to see that volatility to make our trades. So I just want to bring up one more time on HPCO, guys. Real simple. If we look at the float on HPCO, this will tell you right away, just like XPON, why this ticker can trade the way it does. Look at, guys, we're between 2 and 4 million, meaning anybody that has 2 to 4 million, well, 2 to 4 million times 4, so, but if they have $1 million, they're moving the stock, right? If they have $1 million, they're buying up a quarter or half the float, or even if it was an eighth of the float, okay? They're moving this stock, guys. They're moving the stock. So it's pretty simple. You can see that it's clearly a market maker painting this picture. There are thousands of examples. Actually, I have a book of 1,000 examples of these that I went through when I was actively trying to trade these. And it's amazing. It really is amazing, guys. It's just pretty cool when you learn one specific strategy like this and you really want to hone in on it. You can do that, and that's where you can extract all that money from the market, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on XPON, and maybe we'll see something like this, okay? Maybe we'll see something set up on the 1 minute. But for now, we're going to stay zoomed out on the 15-minute just so we can condense a lot of that information so we can see where we're actually trading at. So let's just go back to the SPY just to keep an eye. We're traded back up to that 410 area. It didn't make it up to the 410. We're at 409.50 in the pre-market. It's trading at 408.58 currently. Looks very strong. I personally believe, I shouldn't say very strong. I should say this looks very constructive, okay? We had a large push from this base. Let's just take a look. From this base to its peak of its psychological level of 420 area, we're looking at 11% push. Okay, it did have a pullback here, so maybe we should go off this, guys. Let's go off this, be a little bit more real. We had an 8% push before we got any kind of meaningful pullback. Okay, this isn't really meaningful, guys, because we just came back to test that psychological 400 and technical level of 400, right? And we bounced off of it. That wasn't a real pullback. That was just a test of a an area that we already broke through. It was a test of a resistance and psychological level. So we knew we needed to test that accepted price level of 400, and we continued higher. Then we hit our next area that I marked out for you guys at 420 after we blew through 410. We pull back here, and this is our meaningful pullback. This meaningful pullback did stop me out of some of my longer term trades, like DraftKings, like SoFi, okay? But we didn't lose any money on those trades, guys, because of risk management. Okay, and you guys will see me going over risk management constantly. Charlie M says, whoa, would love to see that book. Well, actually, Charlie, I'll be happy to share it with you. I'll be happy to share it with you. I will send it your way, and you can take a look at it. It's pretty awesome. So let's see here, guys. So SPY, let's continue on our analysis. I think we're on ALGM. So ALGM, you can see that it is a very beautiful looking ticker. Let's look on the weekly, make sure we can zoom out the furthest. This ticker IPO'd 10/26 2 years ago. So about a year and 4 months ago, this ticker IPO'd. So it's a fairly new ticker, but if you look, it's doing exactly what we're looking for, guys. This is beautiful. We get a nice push up here, a pullback, and look at this squat. This is exactly, I'll zoom in on this. This is what I'm looking for, guys. Look at this squat right here, okay? Now, I will admit, I would have gotten in here and gotten out here, okay? But the next day on this breakout, I may have taken it again, okay? I would have taken, depending on how this played out, if this broke through in the morning, I would have been stopped out that day. But the next day, if it would have broke through, I would have never gotten stopped out, okay? ALGM, if I look at its financials, I think I have before. I believe it is a decent ticker. Oh, look at that. It is. So this is another one that's going to be on the top of our watch list, guys, because annually it's gaining money, its profits margins are heading higher, and quarterly we're seeing the same things. Okay, so like I said, guys, we're going over the financials quick. We want to make sure it's not trading like a biopharmaceutical. I want to make sure that this thing, they aren't just burning freaking money in front of us, okay? We want to make sure these guys aren't trying to dilute their shareholders through and through just to stay alive. And you can see this is clearly looking like a leader in the stock market. Recently IPO'd, a new leader. It's bouncing and respecting that 10-day moving average. Now we just wait back like a sniper and wait for our time to take our shot. And I really mean that, guys. You know, anywhere you go. So jiu-jitsu. In jiu-jitsu, they depict everybody as an animal. And same thing in trading. We depict ourselves as animals. So we want to be that tiger sitting in the grass waiting for the right trade, okay? We want to pounce. We don't want to pounce on anything. Because if we pounce on the mouse that we see, it'll scare away the antelope, right? So if we pounce on ALGM before it's time, if we buy it when it's extended from its 10-day, and then it pulls back, it's going to shake us out. We're going to be emotionally torn, and we're not going to want to take this trade. So that's why we're here in pre-market prep right now. All 17 of you watching, you're here doing yourself a favor by trying to extrapolate some money, by setting yourself up, knowing the support, the resistance area, where you should get in, when you should get in, and keeping the right mindset. It's you against you in this crazy market. There is a lot of very smart, way smarter than me, way smarter than most of us out there. These individuals, they pluck them right out of college. All these financial gurus, okay? The advantage we have over all these heavy hitters is that we have these small account advantages. Meaning, if they want to get millions of dollars in some of these nice tickers like ALGM, which are higher floats than these small caps, they have to average in. They have to wait till it gets to a certain price. They have to slowly buy in. They have to accumulate. As to ourselves, if we want to buy 1,000 shares and it's a liquid stock, we can do it fairly quickly, guys. So we have an advantage over them, but we have to make sure we don't use our emotions. We know our stop loss and we know our buy-in points. If you follow your strategy to a T, and only you know your strategy, then you can keep yourself safe in the market. So I do want to look at the float on ALGM because I do want to show you, I don't want to just rip on all these small tickers. I want to show you that sometimes these bigger tickers here can actually, these bigger tickers, it's nice to know what their float is as well. So let's go over here and let's check the float. So float checker, floatchecker.com. Let me pull it up here in front of you guys. Look at this. Trader Views, who's advertising for them. That's cool. So ALGM, and we have 87 million. So this is actually, there's some pros and cons to this, guys. It's still a small enough float where it can be traded very vigorously. So the liquidity in it's going to be pretty strong. But it's not so high that it's going to trade relatively slow, okay? So this can still rip your face off. I do want to point out too, it looks like, no, this wouldn't have caught my earnings ticker. It wouldn't have caught it, but it is interesting, okay? Let's check on AI, guys. So AI is one of those tickers that, this is one of those tickers, just like ChatGPT or anything like that. Anything that has AI in the name, hence the ticker AI. What we're gonna see in this, guys, is we're gonna see some high interest in this, like you have seen already on the daily. So what we're gonna continue to try and see is this thing become more constructive. You can see all of this crazy volatility, all these big range moves here. We're trying to see this thing calm down, and it looks like it's starting to. We want to see it catch the 10, 21, or 30-day moving average. We want to see it trade sideways on that and be respectful to it, and then squat down on it so we can look for a nice breakout area so we can buy in. But for right now, I'm waiting. I'm hands off on this. Let's continue. BBAI is another one of those same tickers. This one is looking more constructive in my opinion. Okay, so we have a lot of this sideways action on the 15. It's holding this area. It's holding this breakout area of 450, okay? And now it's lingering around the $5. If it can hold this $5, personally, I would love to see this trade sideways for a couple more days. Now, with it being such a hot stock and such a hot interest being AI, we might see this thing take off early on us. If it does, hey, so be it. I have my alert set, and we'll keep it set just above this high, so that way I can alert you, but this isn't my trade. I'm gonna wanna see this thing squat like this. Squat like back here. Check it out, guys. Look at this. I took this trade back here because it had a high moving up, pulled back, it started to respect that 10-day moving average, and look at this. It squat down right here, and I took that breakout. Now, I did sell this right here the day before it took off because I first wanted to protect my profits that I earned, and two, if you guys remember, I got bored. I got bored and I had too many tickers open, so I decided, hey, I'm getting out of this dang trade. I'm not going to leave my money sitting here. And unbeknownst to me, I didn't even realize it was an AI ticker because it does say BBAI in it. So a little embarrassing, but hey, I'm learning every single day, and that's what you're here for too. I hope you're here to learn. I hope you're here to be a part of this like-minded community. And so that way we can respectfully shout out tickers to ourselves. So that way we can all grow as a team, so we all can be like-minded and we can all trade close or similar to the same, so we can alert each other of what's going on in the market. We are still continuing to see some sell-off in the SPY, and it is almost 9 o'clock, guys. We have 35 minutes till market open. So before we continue on this long trading list, because boy, it's hard to get through it, let's go back to our earnings gainers. This one at 13.21%, still lingering around highs. And this ticker, guys, this is looking good for the trade, the earnings continuation trade. This is almost like the Chris Kwalamagi EP, but I don't stand for nearly as many criteriums. Now, if there is an EP, that will take precedence over everything. If I find an EP, meaning an episodic pivot, that will take precedence over everything. An episodic pivot is a trade we will go over if I catch one. Okay, you don't see a ton of them. But when we see them and we can catch them, that's when we know it's an episodic pivot. It's either gapping way up on news, on earnings, or something like that. Some type of news, okay? Some type of news or some type of earnings. Anything that will surprise the market. It needs to really surprise, and it will show it in its technical patterns, okay? Just like this. This moving up 13% in one day is pretty crazy because its average traded move would be 8.4%, meaning it normally would only trade 8.4%. So it's almost doubled its average move in pre-market. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this and we'll see what happens at morning open. We might actually take a trade on this if it makes its range and breaks its range high, so we can set its low. My main objective is when I get into these trades is to hold on to it as best we can. We have a Tony. Tony, what's going on, Tony? CETX. Let's go ahead and take a look at CETX. So CETX, this is a ticker that I do have on my watch list. It's right here in the bottom. I added to it this morning. So CETX is a beautiful slow float. I believe this is, let me just bring it up just to double check, guys. I don't want to give you the wrong info here. Let me bring it up. Float checker. I think this is definitely a low float, guys. If I have to guess, I'm gonna say it's sub 10. CETX. It is, wow. This is sub 1 million, guys. This is the kind of ticker that will make or break your account. So if you're a new trader, the first thing I'm gonna say is be careful. Okay, know your risk, know what your reward is, and know what you're doing. Know your strategy, know your plan. So when I look at this ticker, first and foremost, I look at this and I say, this is a gap and crapper. Meaning, if I look at its history, this thing, it shoots up on relatively low, sometimes higher volume. It shoots up and it just craps every single time. Look at all these. I mean, I'm not even gonna count how many times, okay? And it looks like it's doing it again. Now, I'm not saying it's going to just crap itself right now. What I am saying is we need to be aware that when it does, the majority of the time, it doesn't travel higher. So if we look at this ticker, I can only assume that this ticker will most likely fail. Yeah, Tony, 700K float. That's insane, isn't it? If it's sub 1 million, guys, it's a make or break. It's a rip your face off kind of trade. It's a sweaty hand trader unless you are doing low share size, okay? So if you're going to take this, I would more focus on the short on this side, okay? And what I mean by short is if we look back on its traded history, I would look back here and I would go on its volume weighted average price. I would look at this and it says 722,000 shares were traded right here. That's not much. That's not a whole lot. But compared to its 1 million and its other day of over 1 million, it's really not a lot. So this first one that I marked, it's only traded let me just double check, guys. It's only traded 722,000 here. So it's still sub what it was trading here. It still could blow past through this. So I wouldn't even take a short there. I would actually zoom out even further and say, if this stock has the crazy potential to move here to its 4 million traded area, let's say 75.50, which is crazy, I know, because we're only trading down here. I think that's where I would look to short. But personally, I wouldn't long this. So my thoughts on CETX is A, be extremely careful. At 700K, this thing can move, boy. 23.7% ADR. That's crazy. Imagine taking your whole account, which I'm not suggesting at all. I'm not a financial advisor. Do not do this. But imagine, for the entertainment, imagine taking a small account. Let's say you put in, I don't know, $20,000, right? And this thing gaps up 25%. Oh my gosh. I tell you what, Mama's getting a new car. But yeah, guys, if I were to take this, which I might, on a breakout, knowing it's a gap and crapper, no, I take that back. I wouldn't long this. I would only be looking to short this, guys. I would either be looking to short this at a pop in the morning, that and if it pops back up here in this $14 area, I would look to try and take a short sale and try and sell out somewhere down here. Somewhere maybe a piece at 12 and a piece around 10. Okay, so unless you're short trading this, be extremely careful. And if you are short trading this, be extremely careful. Know where your stop loss is. Right when you get in, or even before you get in, if you're able to, set your stop loss. Okay, set it, and make sure that you have your eyes in the pre-market and the aftermarket. Unless you're low share size, only put in what you're willing to lose. Okay. So Tony, thank you for the question. If you have any more tickers, throw them out there. I love going over these. So let's go ahead and take a look at MNDY. I believe this is Monday. Yes, Monday.com. So back here is when I was trading Monday.com, okay? And it was extremely volatile. I was only buying like one share at a time. I shouldn't say extremely volatile. It was volatile here and there on its earnings days, if you look. So we had earnings gap up here. We had a volatile earnings push to break the high, and that was the last time we've seen this ticker reach in an area of 450, okay? So this thing has been selling off. It's pretty well beat down, but now if we look at Monday, we can see that it's trading above its 200-day moving average, guys. Now that it's trading above its 200-day moving average, this is looking formidable. And if we look at its last earnings gaps, we had runners on the gaps. This is currently trading over that 10%, so Monday is on our morning open list. So at 9:30, I will be keeping an eye on MNDY because it is beat down and it is surprising the market on its earnings. Also, we'll be looking at DDL because of its earnings gap up, okay? And it's trading at 561. So it's gapped up to this area right here, which we're not seeing on the daily yet because the day has not started, okay? If we put this on the 15 or the hourly, you'll actually be able to see it traded. So those are going to be the two range trades that we're looking in the morning. And now let's take a look at VLON. Tony, let's take a look at VLON. Hey, and Tony, if you haven't subscribed yet and you are a like-minded trader trading anything from small cap to large cap, give us that subscribe. And if there's anybody else new in here, we got 11 of you watching. Do appreciate your time. I do appreciate the love and support. I know I got a lot of family out there that's got their eyes on me, and I can't thank you enough. So if you're new, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. VLON looks like it's taken off here. So if I zoom out on VLON, This does also look like another gap and crapper, guys. And VLON, I know just from back in the day, from seeing it back in the day, this is a low float. I don't know exactly what the float is, but we can see that this has a recently new IPO. It is a pharmaceutical, so if I bring up this pharmaceutical, we'll see that, you know, usually I wouldn't even look this up, but I told you guys that I would look up. See, look at this, guys. See this net income of negative. They don't have any type of profit margin whatsoever. It's because these biopharmaceuticals and these therapeutics, they just dilute their shareholders so much to the point where that's where they're getting their funding, okay? Daddy needs some more gas in his car. Well, let's go dilute our shareholders so I can get that extra $20,000 so I can fly my helicopter to my car to take it to the gas station to fill it up. That's what they're doing here. I would say 95% of these. So I would say if we're looking at VLON, guys, it's a gap and crapper. Be extremely careful. If I look at it constructively, I would say I'm not seeing any movement. I'm looking at a first green day. This will be its second green day. It is pushing higher and breaking those areas. But for me, I would have to see this thing calm down, wait for a 10 and 20-day moving, 10, 21, and 30-day moving average to catch up to it. I would want to see it squat down on that moving average and then take off higher. And I would look for a long in this trade at this relatively low price. Guys, this is a penny stock, okay? It's sub $1, and a lot of these sub $1, they will be delisted from the NASDAQ if they don't comply within a certain amount of time, okay? So what they're trying to do here, I can only imagine, is try to comply with NASDAQ to try and get up and over $1. So this thing has the potential to push up and over, but this isn't my trade. If this is your trade and this is something that you do, then find your risk. Where is your risk? Because personally, when I see this, and as volatile it is, moving at 18.5% per day, I don't see a risk here. The only risk I see is whatever amount I decide to put in is my risk, because this thing does have the potential to go to zero. So be careful. Tony, that right there is my analysis. Good content here. Thank you. I subscribed. Tony, we really appreciate that. We're up to 135 subscribers, and we did that in just a week, guys. Just a week. That says a whole lot for this channel. It says a whole lot for this community, and it sure says a whole lot about the people that I've surrounded myself with. I absolutely love you guys. Thank you so much for the love and support. And Tony, I'm so happy you're here. Charlie M says 7 mil float and 50 cents. Whoa, exactly. That's the first thing I said. My eyes got a little wide when I seen that, man. So 7 mil float, it looks like, on VLON. So be careful, guys. This will rip your face off, but not nearly as much as CETX will, okay, at 23.7%. So Charlie, if you didn't see that, take a peeky gander, brother. It's something else. So let's continue on, guys. And if you got anything else that you guys want me to take a look, I love doing stock analysis. I love doing stock commentary, and I love doing live trading. I'm putting it all on the line for you here every single day, 8 until 12, except for today. It'll be 11 because I have schooling. But other than that, 8 till 12, if you guys like it, join me. I want to be here. Give me some tickers. Tell me what you want to hear, and I will talk your ear off. This one's for you, Grandma. We're going to take a sip. Let's take a sip of the black coffee. Let's enjoy it. Man, that is good. It's cold, but I like it cold. I like it warm. I can't complain. I got my coffee. I got my two-step. All right, where are we at, guys? What are we looking at here? Let's carry on. Let's take a look at the SPY. Looks like the SPY's finally starting to find a bid right here at its highs from previous day on Friday. It looks like it's finally starting to show some constructive areas, but remember, guys, in pre-market, I don't hold too much weight in pre-market. Some people don't even look at pre-market. They wait until the morning open. They want to see where it's gapping. Okay? So we're just going to go ahead, keep our eye on the market, and we're going to continue on our watch list. We're going to see what we can get through here. So AI, we already talked about this enough today. BBAI, talked about that. ACLS, we talked about that. What a beautiful look. What a beautiful look. ARRY. So this is a hot ticker in our solar panel sector. And once we start seeing some more breath in the market, I'm going to be keeping a really close eye on ARRY. I believe this is a newer, recently IPO'd I guess you could say a year and 4 months. No, more than that. It came out in 20. Sorry, guys. This isn't a recent IPO, but this is looking constructive, okay? We're seeing a cup and a handle here, but it broke down, okay? But I'm going to keep this on my watch list because it's still trading above its 200-day moving average, and it's looking pretty strong compared to other stocks. If I can get this alert to go off, I will be taking a closer look at this, okay? And we got to keep in mind we do have earnings next month on the 1st, okay? Charlie says, curious what you think is more important, the price times the float or the float itself? It's a really good question, Charlie. That's something that I would have to really ponder on. I guess when if I had to just give you an immediate answer without thinking about it, what the most important thing is price times the float or the float itself. If I'm looking at a ticker, I would have to say the first thing I would do would be zoom out on the daily to see its history before I look at anything else. When we just went over VLON, the first thing I did is I looked at its history, then I wanted to know its float, and then I looked at its price. So it might not be in those, and I might not categorize as which is most important to me. But if you have a reason why which is most important to you, I would love to hear it. I'm always open to learn, brother. Always open to learn. So tell me what you think. What do you think is more important, the price times, the float, or the float itself? I really would like to know. All right, so we're looking at HSCS, guys. HSCS. So HSCS is looking more constructive. This is Heart Test Laboratory. So this is telling me this is one of those tickers that can be extremely volatile. We're looking at a 27.4% move. The reason why I brought this up, guys, is because it ran into its resistance back here, its daily resistance that we drew here for you. It gapped up and just barely under 4 and then started to trade lower. Okay, the whole reason why I held on to this is to show you guys this gap up bounce short. Okay, I learned this gap up bounce short from one of my mentors years ago. Okay, the same guy who taught me risk reward. These gap up bounce shorts are extremely powerful strategies, guys. And if you can see the resistance back here on this volume traded, let me bring this up. Look at this, guys. We have 28 million and we have 23 million traded all in the same area. So I took this area, I just drew a simple line across to chart it, and when this ticker came up to it, look, it touched it. You could get in a short sale here, risking a psychological level of $4, and you would be in the money, and you could be continually holding this. Now, personally, I didn't take the short. I don't usually play those shorts unless we see a very, very high gap up into something crazy. I'm looking for the biggest ones, okay? So these smaller ones, I'll take them here and there, but that's not what I've been focused on lately, okay? But what I am focused on is on this pullback. Is it going to respect this 10-day moving average like it has before? If it does respect that 10-day moving average and I start seeing some tightening range again like this, squatting on that 10-day, and then it breaks out through this channel, like I have this alert set here, then we might see this ticker move higher. How about PBF? Got me in the garage taking notes. B, I'm so happy you're here, and I'm so happy you're taking notes, man. You on them sprinkles? Huh? You got yourself some sprinkles in front of you, brother? You know what I'm talking about, brother. Yeah, B and I, we used to work together years and years and years ago in the Carpenters Union. Rough and tough, high flying, banging out scaffold, just getting it, baby. Good buddy of mine, good friend, and I am just happy you're here, brother. Happy you're here. So let's look at PBF. So guys, if we look at PBF, the first thing I see is this thing is trading on an average daily range of 4.9%. If we zoom out, this thing is looking constructive. It has been trading over its 200-day moving average since the beginning of the year. It's had constructive pullbacks. This looks a little bit more than constructive. This looks like institutional sell-off, but it looks like once it hit its 200-day moving average, it started building back up here, okay? So I like PBF. Personally, it's in the energy sector, which has been a hot sector since the beginning of the year, and actually before the beginning of the year, we started seeing energy start to really take off. Let's take a look at the weekly here, guys. The weekly on this PBF, yeah, so it's trading closer towards its highs. It's got a sustainable area here. It's trading above its 30-day moving average on the weekly. I would say this is in a stage 2 uptrend. And when I say stage 2 uptrend, I'm talking about Stan Weinstein's stage analysis. And the main factors that I took out of Stan Weinstein's stage analysis is that if a stock is trading over its 30-day weekly moving average, then we can say that it is in a stage 2 uptrend. Those are the uptrends that we want to be in. So, B, if you're looking to take a trade in this, you need to know where your risk is, okay? If you're playing off this 30-day moving average, like I might, I would say use this base as your risk and know what you're willing to lose. Now, I'm not telling you to buy, sell, or trade. I'm just giving you my personal opinion. If you were to get in the stock at 42.06, I would place my base at 37.8, okay? I wouldn't get in right now because it looks like it could do for a little bit of a pullback. Maybe you can get into a better average price. Maybe when it comes back and retest this $40 area, that might be a better area to get in, and then it'll be a little bit closer than this 30, okay? But do keep in mind that earnings are on the 16th. It is the 13th. So I would say no go. If you're looking for a trade, I would not do it ever on a ticker that comes out for earnings the next day. Because if you guys look at some of the stocks that I trade, earnings can really gap up. You might only be in a 3% average daily mover, but that ticker will gap up over 10% on earnings, and then I'm the guy looking at it, looking for a continuation, okay? So I would definitely keep my eye on PBF, okay? It's still in a continually hot sucker energy. It's trading above its 30-day moving average, so it looks like it is in a stage 2 uptrend. It's also moving at 4.9%. So it's not a slow mover, meaning when you put money in there, you're not going to just see this thing, you know, you're not going to just see your money sitting there. You're not going to be making any money if you put it in something that only moves 1.2%. So I would say that's a very good ticker that you called out there, very safe ticker. Love you, bro. Love you too, buddy. Just curious, because on VLAN, although the float is 7 million, price is 90 cents. That is around 6.3 million DV. While CETX says 700,000 float, but is $12, and that would be 8.4 million DV. So it seems VLAN is easier to move? Question mark? That's actually a really good question. That's a really, really good question. So if we look at VLAN and CETX, personally, the only thing I look at is the ADR, okay? And then once I find my risk, then I know right there what I'm willing to risk, and I know my strategy on the trade. So if I wanted to choose between the two, I wouldn't be able to do that back testing these strategies. I would have to take both if they were both setting up on my strategy. So yes, that is a loaded question, Charlie, and I really appreciate it. I don't completely understand what your question is, but I do understand that these are both very low float tickers, and the price difference might make a difference in the way it moves, okay? So thank you again, Charlie. I do appreciate your time here. Charlie is an awesome trader, guys. I've learned a lot from Charlie. He posts a lot of his charts inside the Discord, and we all can learn from each other. There's always something you can abstract from the next person. And guys, saying that, we have 13 minutes till market open. 13 minutes till market open, baby. And you know what I'm going to do while we have 11 of you here watching? Let me go ahead and put on here. Oh, don't we have to erase it? 135. Oh, yeah. That is looking good, guys. I am so happy right now. I am so happy right now. So if you're new with us and you want to be with a group of like-minded traders, or maybe you just like live stock commentary, stock analysis, and live trading where I put it all on the line here for you right now and every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for this week. I'll be done at 11 because of schooling. You can go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, and we will be here for you, brother. And if you have anything that you want to ask, please ask it in the chat. I don't care if it's a ticker, if you just want to say hi, or if you just want to type pickles. More than welcome to. I'll be happy to read it. So Back to our trades. GFAI, looking constructive, pulling back onto this 10-day moving average, but the range is still way too high, guys. We're looking for this thing to really squat down and create a really tight range on top of this, okay? I'm going to bring up the SPY back over to the S&P 500 on this right chart so we can keep an eye on what's going on in the market before we open up in 11 minutes. KPRX is one of those tickers that had a high flyer. It looks like it's creating a constructive wedge pattern. And if we can wait for these moving averages to catch up, we might be able to find ourselves a nice little trade on that. JSPR. So JSPR, you guys remember I took JSPR. I took this breakout here. It did not continue much higher and it pulled back, and now it's looking like finding some love on that 30-day moving average. So I'm just going to wait and see if it does something constructive, like breaks above this $2. We're going to keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to play this ticker twice. I played it once, I won't play it twicey, okay? So let's go to SLQT. I brought up SLQT back last week when we were on live stream. This is a gap ups earnings that I missed. I believe it was a gap earnings that I missed. No, oh yeah, it was. It was trading over 10%, okay? Over 10%, and this thing was a beat down ticker, okay? So this thing was pretty far beat down. It gapped up and opened up over 20% on high volume. I missed this trade, guys. I missed it. But what I did do is I marked these levels out here for you. This would have been where you have gotten in at 126, and your risk would have been around this $1 area if you were using my strategy. Then you would have seen this build up and move higher. Here's day 1, here's day 2, and here's day 3, okay? If we would have been in, we would be taking out a portion of our shares right now. Now, depending on how the market moves is how I take my money out. When I take my money out, it's usually after 3 days in these markets because I'm not seeing a ton of things just continually pushing higher. We're not in a rampant bull market where we're sending ourselves shooting to the moon just yet, but we are in a constructive market where we're getting constructive pullbacks and we're seeing things move higher with new higher lows. So when I start to see things like this, I like to put them on my watch list to see how they move. That might help my conviction with later trades. Let's go ahead and look at GENE. GENE, we save this on our ticker list specifically to see if we could get a constructive pullback on a rising 10, 20, or 30-day moving average. If any of you are in this right now, I want you to make sure that you hit this live button, okay? This live button is going to be right here. And you're going to click this live and it'll bring you right to the front, okay? We'll make sure Granny gets updated because we can clearly see she is a little behind. And also, guys, if you haven't seen it, I'll show you right where it's at. Bam! Hit that like button. We already got 18 likes on this view, and we haven't even hit market open yet. I'm telling you, I love to be here. This is my passion. And if you like what I do, please hit that subscribe button. Join an awesome group of community that we all are trying to be like-minded. We're all trying to learn. We're all trying to subscribe. We're all trying to be like-minded traders so we can make money and extrapolate a little bit of this money in the market so we can feed our children. NYT was a earnings gap up that I wanted to show you guys. They don't all work. So everyone that we miss, we're going to make our charts, we're going to post it, and then we're going to review it. So that way all these earnings continuation trades we can learn from. Just because you missed it doesn't mean you shouldn't learn from it. So don't be mad like I was and pout because you missed it. Put it on your watch list, mark your chart as if you were going to play it, and then carry on your wayward son. Now, looking back on this being such a large range to try and play on the breakout, which I believe we tried to do the 5-minute, not good. It's not the best. Not the best trade. So when I look at these things and I see such a wide gap here, you know, it kind of makes me a little weary, okay? Let's take a look at Lucy. Oh, Loosey Goosey right here. Loosey Goosey is got a little bit of gap and crappage that it's showing here. It is innovative eyewear, which tells me it's more of like a therapeutics or a healthcare where they might be running on dilution in order to keep on carrying on. Keep on keeping on. Let's take a look at Snap, guys. All right, so Snap, we know that on its earnings, it had a huge gap down that we ended up buying the dip on. This was my first of many future trades with earnings gap downs. As long as it hits a specific area or it looks like it's been well sold into its RSI, I'll take small trades until I get at least 100 trades taken on this on small share size before I will start adding more risk into it, okay? So Snap looks like it's trying to find a bid. It followed this 10 for a while, broke down, bounced off of its 21-day moving average, and it looks like we're going to see if it will bounce and hold again. Guys, we have about 5 minutes till market open, and SPY is trading at 408.81. That's a beautiful thing for the S&P 500. We'd like to see it come up and test that 410. We're expecting some resistance at that 410. We're hoping it'll pull back constructively, trade sideways for today, and then hopefully this week we'll see it punch higher. Now, I could be wrong, guys. I have plan A, plan B. This thing could go to 0, not the S&P 500. You can quote me on that. The S&P ain't going to 0, guys. Somebody's going to buy it up. They always do. But we do want to see constructive pullbacks like we're seeing here, okay? Beautifully constructive pullback, because if we zoom out, guys, if it'll let me zoom out, let's see. If you zoom out, we can see that we created this base and we started this uptrend, okay? On this uptrend, we had a constructive pullback and started a new uptrend. Now we're getting a constructive pullback, okay? Caught a bid at 405, and it looks like we're trying to head higher. Now, I'm expecting that 410, that very interesting traded level, to find some resistance. If we can build up there, guys, I do believe this market can head higher, okay? I do believe that. But we will see. It only is going to take time. We are living history right now. We are making it as we speak, spitting reverberations into the air, being recorded and sent right into your face, right into your ear right now. And if you like the way we talk, the way we trade, what we do, the live commentary I'm bringing to you now, please hit that like and subscribe. ZYME. ZYME is another one that I'm looking to be a constructive pullback, okay? We have 3 minutes, 30 seconds, guys. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, all right? I'm going to just go ahead and see if there's anything else I want to look at right now. NAOV, no, we got time to wait on that. TNK. Let me just slide through these, guys. Slide through these DMs really quick. Make sure there's nothing that I really want to... DraftKings is going to eat me alive. Yikes, that makes me so sad. Emotions, but we have to revert back to the mean here, guys. If you ever feel like too intense, like you're too excited, if you're too sweaty, you need to figure out why. You're either in too big of a trade, you're in a trade you don't wish you were in, you weren't respecting your risk, or maybe you didn't even know it at all. So make sure, guys, if you're feeling any kind of emotion, that you check and see why. Speaking of which, I have a heart monitor on, just like you do now, Stu. I decided to track my heart rate while I'm trading to see if I can keep it below 90. We'll see, because I'm really not sure what my heart rate is when I'm trading, when I'm drinking coffee and doing lifestyle commentary, because I knew I do get very, very excited about it. But we'll see. I'd like to see if I can keep my heart rate below 90 the whole time I'm sitting here trading. That would be amazing. I would absolutely love it, because if you keep a low heart rate, that means that you're in a more calmer state, and it has been proven that you make better decisions when you're calm and collected and you don't have a flood of emotions running through you. If you have a flood of emotions running through you, sometimes that can trigger your fight or flight. And I know it's silly because we're talking about trading, but there is so much psychological that comes to trading, guys. Trust me. Trust me. I've been on both sides. Extremely happy, extremely sad. My wife's seen it all, and she has to deal with it. CLNN is a bit of a gapper here. We're looking at 42%. I guess not a bit, quite a bit. But we're going to keep an eye on these earning continuations plays for MNDY and DDL. These are our two main watches for this morning for the earning continuations. We're also going to keep an eye on SPY, and we have plenty alerts set to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. Wow, Tesla ended up on the 1 month. That's a beautiful thing. All right, guys, 49 seconds. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Hopefully we get some constructive play today. Hopefully we can take ourselves a nice little trade so I can do it live for you. But I won't be taking it unless it's part of our disciplined strategy. We got 30 seconds till market open, guys. I do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Thank you for getting your butt up, getting your prep ready, making sure you were ready for the market open. And look at DDL taking off now. We're going to zoom in here on the 5 minute. And we're going to see if it can't create a beautiful range on the 5 minute that we can't take a constructive buy order into. We are going to do this on lower share size because of where we sit. But once this takes off, it can create a beautiful range. Market's open. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Keep your eyes and ears sharp. We want to make sure what we get into, we know our risk, we know our reward, and we can earn a Rari. It looks like MNDY right off the get sells off hard. It's already back down to only 7% gap, so my main focus is DDL. It looks like we have LPG hitting the alert. Let's take a look at LPG here. LPG, this is beautiful, guys. This is what I'm looking at. See how it's squatting? It's respecting that 10-day moving average, and it looks like it's going to trade higher. Okay, VYNE is also next. I'm going to set my alert on this ticker one more time. If we got to come back to it, we're going to definitely keep an eye on it. This is LPG. We got LPG on our watch list. Let's take a look at the next ticker that popped up. Well, this creates a range right here. Let's see what we got. VYNE. Let's bring up VYNE. VYNE right here. Oh, wow. Why? I don't know why this alert went off. It must have gapped up and then took a crap. But we don't want to even take a look at VYNE. There is nothing constructive going on here. If you guys see anything that's going crazy in the market that I don't, please bring it up. Share it with us. COMS. We're going to go ahead and put this over here. COMS. Yeah, still up here on its gap up. It's going to hang out there for a little while. We're hoping that this creates a beautiful trade. Look at this. It's still gapping higher. We're going to use that. Instead of using this 1 minute, I'm going to use the 5 minute. Because this, on the 1 minute, this would have been our entry and this would have been our risk. Now, that could have been a great trade. But I had it on the 5 minute and I missed that entry. I still could take it technically just to see, because we're right here at that area. But I hate taking things that I miss. So we're going to put this on the 5 minute. And we're going to see if we can't take a 5 minute trade, okay? So we're going to leave this up, keep an eye on it, and see if we can't take a 5 minute trade. Let's take a look at TDC. Not a lot of volume coming in for this. It looks like it might be coming in, but not much, guys. This isn't anything too crazy. It is above its 200-day moving average, though, which is looking nice. But I'd rather just stay focused on DDL. COMS, this would look a lot better on the 1 minute, wouldn't it? So we have a lot of constructive action. We have a big gap up in COMS. It traded sideways. No liquidity it traded sideways on. Then we're having a gap up in pre-market, and then right at market open, we're seeing a lot of volatility. So be careful if you're looking at COMS. Back to CETX, it looks like we are trying to push higher on CETX, maybe going up to that next area, which would be crazy if we could make it up there, guys, but we're going to keep an eye. ASUR, yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see it base out. We want to see it hold this area. We want to see and make sure that this is going to respect these areas and stay on this 21-day moving average once it catches up. If we can do that, we might have ourselves a nice constructive trade. LPG, yeah, this thing, I love LPG. I really, really do like it. We're gonna have to give it a little bit more time to see how constructive it is. This thing does only move 4.6%, so it's not like a big crazy mover. This might be something that I might be really interested in taking maybe on this break when my alert goes off here. if it breaks this, get in and risk this low a day, but we'll see. You know, we might even wait a little longer, depending. Like, if this doesn't give us what we want today, we can wait a few days. We can be patient with it. We can see what actually is going on. So let's bring SPY back up here just so we know what's going on in the market. All right, we got the market on the 1 minute. It's looking crazy. Lots of buy-ins, lots of sell-offs. It's teetering back and forth. So we're going to zoom out back here on the 15, so we don't have to eyeball that all day. Okay. This is all we really need. We know that we got the 410 right here, which is dead center. We know that we have our area of 400 well below us, and we have that area of 420 well above us. So if we can be constructive in this 410 area, and hopefully, I say this respectfully, hopefully we don't come back down here, and I only say that because I always want to see the market moving higher. The reason why I always want to see the market moving higher, guys, is because I have a 401k plan. Most of you do too, or a Roth IRA. And if you see the S&P 500 equities starting to go down, everybody's going to be losing a little bit of money. Okay, that's just how it is. If you have any type of investment, some of your assets will be in equities, and those equities, some of them will be in the S&P 500. Guys, if you're seeing something that I'm not, or if you have something that you would like for me to go over, just go ahead and shout it out in chat, and I'll be happy to do it. But right now, I think it's best that we go over our indices, and we go ahead and we're actually going to put a buy order out at the top of this range, and we'll set our stop to the bottom of this range. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'll mark this out. I am not recommending anybody taking this trade. Okay? If you do take this trade, you need to understand that you need to know why you're taking this trade, what this stock is, what the stock's all about. I'm not a financial advisor, and I am not responsible for any losses. So I'm just going to show you what I might do if this happens. So I would go ahead and buy in at the breakout of the 609. So I'd buy it at 610, risking 572. Okay. That's 40 cents of risk. 40 cents of risk. What am I willing to risk here, guys? What am I willing to risk? Let's just do 20 shares. Okay? We'll do 20 shares, and we'll buy it right where I said, 610. We'll go into edit, and what I like to do is I like to make a stop order. Okay? I'm going to buy 20 at market stop day. I confirm and send, and then boom. This shows us when it touches that, the buy order will get in. So now we are playing what is called an earnings continuation play. Okay? This earning continuation play I got in because of the risk being 573, which is the low of day, and taking the trade at the breakout on the 5-minute range at 609. Okay? So I know my risk. I'm only risking about $10 to $15 here, guys. All right? I'm not risking much at all. And there's a reason for that, okay? If I can get an amazing risk to reward on this and have myself a pretty little gap up, we're going to make some money with very little risk, okay? So we'll come back to this. We'll keep an eye on this, and we'll make sure that we give ourselves a nice play-by-play. So we took the 5-minute range break on this, and we're going to need some time to see some constructive movement, okay? And if you look, guys, right at the open, we have some beautiful volatility, okay? We got in a very volatile area, which will help set in stone that accepted price area. Now, if we can trade sideways for a while, or if we even want to push higher on volatility, on volume, and then trade sideways, this is only going to look better for my trade. Okay? Again, I don't recommend anybody taking the trades that I take. I'm just doing this for your entertainment. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and look at my trades from from last week. Okay? I'm still in IVAC. We bought this breakout, let's see, on the 8th. After it broke out, it came back down and tested its VWAP area and gapped up the next day. Then it traded sideways. It pulled back and retested that $7 area and gapped up again. Of course, what happened after it tested that high? It broke back down, gapping down, and now pushing higher again off that $7 area. Okay, $7 is a technical area because of all of this. It's also a psychological level because it is an even number. Okay, I hope you guys are getting this. I hope you guys get why I'm saying this, why I'm bringing these things up, why I do these things. Just simply because it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same stuff. And I stay disciplined because that way, when you take these trades and you go back and you look at all the trades that you've taken, and which I always recommend, you should always look back and you should look at the history of all of your trades. You should label all your trades, and then you can figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, what's constructive and what's not. Okay? Let me just go ahead and send this out. Oh, Foosballer. Hey, buddy, absolutely still trading more than ever. Learned a ton this last year. We'll be checking out your stream. Love it. Foosballer, you're awesome. I don't know if you're in chat right now. Oops. I just sent you Trade the Matrix. But anyway, guys, so we're going to give this some time. We'll come back and take a peeky gander at it. We'll make sure that we're going to stay safe in this trade and get out when it hits our risk, okay? Let's take a look at VLAN because holy guacamole, look at VLAN. Let's see, who called VLAN out? Tony M asked this morning about VLAN, and guys, we know that this is a low float, rip your face off stock, and we need to be extremely careful with that, don't we? Look at that. Imagine if you were short. But guys, like I said, they're trying to get NASDAQ listed. They're trying to get above that dollar. So I almost guarantee they hired a market maker to get their ticker symbol above that dollar. Now, whether it holds that dollar for some time, I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. But this morning in pre-market prep, I did explain how when these tickers get below a dollar, they get threatened to be taken off the NASDAQ listing. So what they'll do is they will gather money, they will gather funds, and they will hire somebody to push this ticker and get people to buy in, get people to get excited about VLAN, and get this ticker above a dollar. So that way they don't get delisted and the less eyes are on them. So here they are, now trading above a dollar, just like we talked they might be trying to do in pre-market. As we speak, SPY pushing up to 409.28. You love to see it. I'm expecting that test of 410. Now, if we blow through it, that's only looking better for the market. Then we can act that 410 as resistance, as support. But right now, we are acting upon that 410 as being a bit of resistance, guys. Okay? Psychological and technical area. We're looking for 10 to be resistance, and we're looking for a small pullback, and we're hoping to break through that. And I say hoping respectfully, okay? We're hoping it pushes through because we want America to do better, okay? So, we're going to keep an eye on that. VLAN, wow. Isn't that beautiful, guys? If you don't like to see moves like this in the market, we're talking in 2 days, this thing has moved up 75%. Whew, that gets me excited. That gets me excited. Who's still with me, guys? We got tops? Okay, let's take a look at tops. So tops is just breaking up off these lows here, and it's clearing this high, okay? If we look at tops, this thing has a history of gap and crap and doing splits. These 1 to 15, 1 to 30, 1 to 2 splits, 1 to 20. This is an absolute turd of a stock. I wouldn't even flush this down my own toilet. Okay, that's how bad this turd is. I wouldn't even flush it. Okay, I'd close the lid, put some caution tape around it, stay the hell away from tops unless you know what you're doing, guys. Okay? Unless you know what you're doing. Unless you can find a trade in this. Unless you know your risk reward. So maybe you're taking this high break. Okay, because of the volume that's coming in here. If you're taking this high break, my risk would be the low of its day. So you're already talking, a 20-cent risk right now. Okay, on a stock that has the potential to really, really run. Okay, so be really careful with that, guys. You need to be very, very careful in these low float movers. It looks like SPY, it just touched or came up to its pre-market high a day and having a constructive pullback so far. Now I want to move through these. First, let's check our ticker. Oh, it looked like it broke through here, so we will need to get out. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, a little bit more constructive time to see what happens, but we might be getting out of this ticker soon, guys. Very, very soon. So let's go ahead back here and take a look at IVAC. Okay. Oh, SPY getting bought back up. That's why you need to be very, very respectful of this morning volatility. Okay. If we're playing this ticker and we get in anytime at market open within the first, I would say 10 to 15 minutes, things are going to be crazy. You'll get big pushes down here, big pushes up here. This will probably be your biggest range in the market. Usually it gets constructive in the beginning of the market. Okay, I'm not saying that's where it's at now, that's what it's going to do, but that's just what we're seeing. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at AEHR. Doo-doo. Absolute doo-doo. We don't want to mess with Becky Sherwood. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm glad Becky's here. You know, I was looking at our analytics the other day, and I found that we are starting to gain a little traction with the ladies, gentlemen. We are starting to gain a little traction with the ladies. It's not just my wife watching me anymore. Ladies, if any of you ladies out there haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Hit that subscribe button if you want to join a community of like-minded traders. We have the best stock commentary, stock analysis, and we take live trades, just like we did for you this morning, right here, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, except for today. I have some schooling to do at 11, so today and Monday through Friday, just this week, I will be done at 11. But other than that, guys, it's Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, live commentary, and the only time I take a break giving you this solid entertainment is to take a sip Shawana. Cheers. It's black coffee, and it's delicious. Oh, yeah. Speaking of AEHR, it does look like it's trying to bounce off that 30-day moving average. We'll see what happens. NAOV, it's looking good, holding out at those highs. TNK, PDD trading sideways. This was a high flying mover back here that I played on an earnings gap up, just like we did this morning, guys. On an earnings gap up, we played the range high, it broke out. Unfortunately, emotions got the best of me and I sold out of this way too early. This should have been the sell-off point. This should have been where I taken half, okay? But sometimes emotions will get the better of you, and that's why we started this channel, so we could listen to some nice lo-fi tunes. We could kick back, relax, bring that heart rate down, and make smart financial decisions, starting with our risk. If you guys think that I have repeated myself enough on that, I haven't. Everybody needs to hear this over and over and over again, guys. We need to know first what our risk is, okay? All right. Guys, this is the stop out. We're out of DDL, okay? Out of DDL. We're not trading DDL anymore. It broke our risk. We will not be trading this ticker anymore, and I will keep an eye on it because we want to make sure that if we are taking trades like this, we want to keep our eye on them so that way if we come back and we see, hey, we've been losing a lot on these earnings gappers, and it's usually because it's coming down and just breaking that range and then taking off higher, then we can see that over our trades. We can see, hey, we're losing on these every time because we're getting stocked out, but it's continuing higher, okay? Or maybe we get out like we did, and then this thing just goes all the way down. It just sells all the way off, okay? And we're going to be really happy that we got out of this thing, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. I was in DDL. We are out of DDL now, okay? We don't want to be in this trade anymore because it broke my risk. My risk was this 5-minute range, breakout of 609, risking 573. Let's go back here and take a look at the SPY, and we'll take a look at our IVAC. SPY is still trading at 409.1, 409.10. We're just hanging out in this area, okay? Let's look at IVAC. IVAC, still being constructive, trading up now at that area. Anytime we are up in the 730, 740 area, it would sell off almost immediately. So we're going to see if this thing can actually hold some of its gains. if it can hold what it's already started and not crap back down to the $7 area, we might be A-okay. It looks like MNDY is trying to show some constructiveness, but see this big sell-off here? No, I don't like that. We're not going to look at that. So let's go back and look at all of our tickers. And let's see what we got going on here, guys. We got CETX that was called out this morning by Tony, I do believe. ASUR, it's doing exactly what we asked. This is exactly what we asked of this stock to do in pre-market, okay? It's still holding this area. It's at 1072. There is not a lot of volume trading in this, which is okay. This only moves 4.2%. But because this might be a market leader in the future, once the market, and I have an understanding of the market, and if it is shaping up, this might be a ticker that I might want to take for a longer term setup, okay? It's looking very, very constructive. Being a, I believe, is it? No. I was thinking it was a more recent IPO, but this isn't. This has been traded for an awfully long time. But it is breaking a lot of these ranges here, guys, and it's giving us a constructive pullback on that 10-day moving average. Maybe we can get this 20-day or the 30-day or maybe even both to move up here because it has respected all of these beautifully. So we're seeing a nice high, tight wedge form at the top, and we would like to see this continue higher. Guys, it's 9:50. It is 9:50. We are 10 minutes till 10, and we got 10 people watching. And if I could, let's get 10 more subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Send it to your mama. We gotta get more ladies in here trading, okay? The analytics says they're coming. They are coming. So send it to your mama. She'll love it. She'll like it. LPG, I love it. Look at LPG at the morning open. It's creating such a tight range. Look at this. It might even break out of this little range here. This little 5-minute range. That would be cute. I would like to see that. LPG breaking out here, hitting my alert, making me want to get some shares in, risking that low of day, but we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen, guys. I really just want to see the most constructive things coming out of this buy, which we're seeing right now, guys. 409.75. Are we going to make it to that 410 area and see that constructive pullback? Let's go. Let's go. I sure hope so. I want you to make money. I want me to make money. If you have a 401k, I am rooting for you. That's the S&P 500. That's what this is right here, and I am your cheerleader. I'm not wearing a skirt, but I won't stand up in front of camera. Next up, CRDO. Guys, CRDO. Look at this. This looks just so picture perfect. It's not ready for the trade yet. Like I said, I need to see a couple more squatting days like this. Maybe if it squats here, trades sideways inside this range, okay, and lets this 10-day catch up, and we see that tight of a button, that would make me want to get in. My daughter is taking an investment class. Sent your link to her. Becky, I am not a financial advisor, and you know that. But if she does want to learn ways to take stock trading analysis, you can go ahead and send it to her because I'll do it right here in front of her. And if she has any questions, please just throw that up on chat. I'll be more than happy to. Just remember, guys, I am not a financial advisor. I take these trades and I do this for you. I put it all on the line for you every single day simply because I want to entertain. I absolutely have a love and passion for the stock market and commentary if you haven't noticed already. So if I do any kind of entertaining for you, hit that subscribe button and send it out. Thank you, Becky. Becky, you're bringing in more ladies for me, and it feels great. It feels great to be surrounded by both. We don't want a sausage fest. Not every day, gentlemen. I mean, you guys are cool, right? But we need some ladies in here. Give us some thought outside the box. Because if you ask my wife, boys are stupid. ALGM. This is another one that we're looking at to form more constructiveness on that 10-day moving average. It is starting to trade sideways after this beautiful push after earnings. This is a microsystem, so I'm wondering if ALGM is a, let's just look it up. I'm thinking it's a semiconductor. I think that's the same. ALGM. Let's just take a look, and I'll read what ALGM, guys. Algro Microsystems Incorporated develops and is a fabless manufacturer of sensor integrated circuits, or ICs, and application-specific analog power ICs. Its sensor IC enables customers to precisely measure motion speed, position, and current, while its power ICs include high temperature and high voltage capable motor driver, power management, and light emitting diodes, LEDs. Driver IC, the company was founded March 30th, 2013, and is headquartered in Manchester, New Hampshire. So, I don't think this is a semiconductor, but I do think they use semiconductors in a lot of their technology, okay? So I'm sure it's going to move hand in hand with like your... Well, actually, let's just go through these indices, guys. We haven't yet. And look at this. Microsoft with a beautiful push higher, still trading above its 200-day moving average, looking extremely constructive after that pullback, guys. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see. You want to see Microsoft doing good. You want to see Meta. You want to see Nvidia doing good if you have any kind of money in the market. Now, Meta, actually, look at this, guys. Meta with this big push up. And remember, guys, we played Meta and we earned a little bit of money on Meta when we had this breakout right here. Now, we knew it was extended, so we took our money early. When we took our money out early, it made a scare-free trade, and then it broke out of our last half for break even. So this is a trade that we did make money on last week. If you guys were here, we had a lot of really good constructive plays, and now we're seeing Meta doing a pullback. We'll know if this is constructive, if it can hold this, or at least trade sideways. This thing can come all the way back down and test. We don't know what's going to happen, but we want to have a plan for both ways. If we start to see my setup setting up here, when I say my setup, my type of setup, not mine specifically, I made it my own, but this is more of a Chris Quilamaghi's breakout trading setup. So if you guys want to learn more about Chris Quilamaghi, let me just go ahead and put him in the YouTube here. Let's see here, guys. Chris Quilamaghi, 3 timeless setups that made him millions of dollars. This guy is legit and he is awesome. I just put him right there in the comment section. If you guys want to do more due diligence, more learning when I leave here at 11 and 12 any other day, then go ahead and look at some of these things that I'm putting out here, guys. I'll even put Stan Weinstein's, we'll do that in a minute, but we'll put Stan Weinstein's stage analysis. I think that's very important if you're looking for constructive upwards momentum in the market, okay? You want to understand stage analysis, you want to understand technical analysis and the psychology behind it, okay, guys? Now, we have 12 of you here watching. I think we were up to 15, 19. I can't even remember what we were up to, guys. But if I'm bringing you any joy, any commentary that you like, any kind of pure entertainment, if you like what we do here, it's live commentary, analysis, and trading. I put it all on the line for you. Hit that subscribe, hit that like. Look at this, 409.76, guys. The market is looking beautiful. We're going to see it smack right into that 410, and we're going to see if I was right about it doing a nice little tug back. And hopefully, respectfully when I say that, trade sideways for a little bit so we can bust up through there, whether that's today or tomorrow or next week. The bigger consolidation we can make, the bigger push we can make, the more traders we have backing us up, and the more wind will be to our back as we take other trades to make us even more money. If you're here, you want to extrapolate as much money from the market as you can, and that's what we want to do. That's why we start at 8 o'clock so we can make sure we have an understanding of what's going on in the market. So Meta looks like it's trying to find a bid in this area, and hopefully it can stay nice and squatted in a tight range on the 10-day moving average. If we see that with the market looking as constructive as it is right now, we might end up having a nice trade on Meta in the next few days. Let's continue with the indices. NVDA, also known as Nvidia. Nvidia is a large, I think it's a mega cap actually, a mega cap stock that is looking very constructive. It had its pullback after a very big push back on its 10. Now it's squatting on that 10-day moving average at 214.96. Okay, this is a very beautiful looking stock. This is in a chip sector. The chip sector like Nvidia, AMD, Taiwan Semiconductor, which also Dan Rowley, sorry to say your last name on here, Dan, but Dan, buddy from work, actually pointed out, shaking my head, SMH. SMH is an ETF, a Van Neck is what it says, ETF, which I get confused with Vanguard all the time, but this is an ETF for semiconductors, okay? So if you want to get into a stock that's not as volatile as NVIDIA, which trades about 5% on the daily, you can get into the ETF. You can get into this ETF and you can spread your assets out a little bit more. It looks like LPG is doing exactly what I wanted to see here, guys. Exactly what I wanted to see here. The only thing is on this trade is I don't necessarily like to see my stop being so far from the 10-day, but the way it's constructing, it makes me want to take a peeky gander. It makes me want to take a very small share size on this trade and see if we can't hold out in this thing for at least one day. Okay, so we are on this breakout. It's already starting to get a little away from me. The breakout was more at 2261. I don't want to be considered chasing here. Guys, I think I missed my mark. I think we're gonna set the next high. We'll see if we get a pullback. I missed my mark. I don't want to chase this. I don't want anybody else chasing this. We're gonna keep looking. We're gonna keep looking. I want this CRDO, which makes me want to call it Cardano. It's not. It's Credo Technology Group. It makes me want to just trade sideways one more day. Let that 10-day stay floating underneath you. Let's see more constructive area, because I do think the SPY is going to pull back on that 410. Look, guys, 410.41 right now. Let's see if we're going to see a constructive pullback here. We'll zoom in on the 5-minute to see if we can see a little bit more in understanding what's going on. Look at that push. What a beautiful push, guys. Really like seeing that. Really like seeing that. There's something else right there. VLON. Look at VLON. So it just made it over that dollar mark. It pushed higher to $1.25, and now it's trading just over $1. So if VLON's market maker can trade sideways, build some constructive, something constructive here and push higher, but they might pull back and try and make a little bit more constructive. They might have a week or two in order to get this above that dollar marker. And if they do, they're going to surely try. They are surely going to try. ALGM's looking good. We still want to see the constructive sideways action. AI, of course, we need to keep an eye on AI. AI is doing a pretty good pullback, okay? It's continuing that pullback. It doesn't look nearly as constructive as you'd want to. Pullbacks, these are more like panics. You don't want to, oh well, some of us want to see panics, right? Some of us want to see panics in the market. Like our buddy that was in here last week. He loves playing those panics. Let's keep moving on. BBAI, and we'll bring the stock market back up here for SPY. And of course, BBAI is going to run along with AI, meaning because it's in the AI sector, you have leaders and you have laggers. In this situation, I would say AI is our leader. Everybody knows about AI. Everybody focuses on AI, and AI is I don't want to call it a real company because they're both real companies, but I would say AI is an actual company that has a proof of concept, okay? As to where BBAI, I didn't do my homework too much on BBAI to where I don't want to act like I know much about BBAI, but I know that people are looking more at AI than BBAI, so AI is going to be considered our leader, as where BBAI is going to be considered our lagger. And if you're going to take a trade in the AI sector, I would suggest taking a leader rather than a lagger. Leader meaning it's leading, lagger meaning it's not leading, okay? It's behind. It usually trades after. So if AI is going to go up, then BBAI will also go up. And if you think that you can capitalize on that, some people are able to, but a lot of times your algorithmic traders are going to take quicker, faster advantage than you are on that. So we're going to keep an AI. It would be nice to keep an AI on the market. It would make me feel a little bit more comfortable. But we're going to keep an eye on ACLS because this is a beautiful trading stock, very strong. And yeah, we also got our eyes over here on SPY. We're leaving it on the 5-minute just because I want to see that pullback. I want to see that wick. I want to show to you guys that what is going on is what I expected. Okay, so we're in that 410 area. Heck, we went all the way up to 410.50, which is a nice push through there. It is a nice push through that 410. I did expect it to hit that psychological level of 410 like we've talked about before and just give a heavy pullback, but it looks like it broke up a little past that 410, hit that 410.50, and now we're seeing that constructive pullback. Now, it would be even better for it to fall back on that 410 and trade sideways rather than below it like I was talking about earlier, okay? Now, let's go ahead and carry on. We got ARRY. If we look, I made this uphill trend line, this ascending trend line for you, headed up, and it's trading at $20 even, guys. This ARRY is in the solar space, which was a hot traded commodity. I would say 2 months ago, it was pretty hot. It's been sizzling out lately, but so has a lot of jobs. From what I've talked to my buddy Jim, he has a lot of solar projects coming up. He's a big builder. He does a lot of big buildings for a lot of people. And so I really want to keep my eyes on this space, and I do like ARRY. So we are going to keep our eyes on this. SPY still trading above that 410 area. It has pulled back from that 410.50, but it is still looking mighty nice. If you are just joining us now, if you're new to this channel, my name is Dave. Welcome to LoFiTrader. We do stock commentary and analysis and also do live trading in front of you. I put it all on the line, guys, for you every single day, Monday through Friday, from 8 until 12. So if you like what we got and you want to be a part of this like-minded community, like and subscribe, please, and thank you. I will love you for almost ever if you just do that. So we're gonna take a look at Tesla, guys. Tesla is still giving a pullback. We want and needed Tesla to make a nice constructive pullback. We don't want to see Tesla go straight up, but we do know that Tesla likes to make nice runs on big pushes, and that's why we took a trade in this last week. We took a trade on this breakout right here, guys. You can see the green line, which is also my alert that I've set. I kept telling you guys about this $200 psychological level and also this breakout area, okay? We got in on this breakout area. We got most of our shares out right here, I do believe. Most of our shares out right here in this area. It pulled back and it stopped us out for our last few shares, okay? We started with our risk. Our breakout area, we knew where we were going to take it. We had a game plan. We had a risk. We extrapolated the money that we needed to from this ticker, and we gave this ticker some room to breathe. And we made some money. Now we're waiting like a tiger, like a sniper, in the grass, waiting to pull the trigger, waiting to just grab the neck of our nearest stock and pull as much money out of it as we can. And I don't know if you guys care for these analogies, but I'm just it's just so silly, guys. It's so silly. But hey, I'm doing what I can do, because if I wasn't doing it, I'd be done, right? Cheers. Let's take a sip, wet our whistle, so we can continue on with this amazing commentary. Oh, boy, that's good. So here's the pullback that I was finally looking for, guys. We're going to put this back on the 15-minute, okay? And we're going to respectively hope for everyone's 401ks that this thing can hold out, hold tight, trade sideways, and do what it needs to do. Hello, beautiful. It's nice to see the wife walk through here. It's nice to gaze upon something so beautiful. XPON, guys, still trading sideways, waiting for it to catch up on that 10, 21, or 30-day moving average, so that way we can get in and take a breakout trade and make some money in the market, baby. GFAI, look at this. This is what we want to see, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Now, this might change throughout the rest of the day. We got plenty of time. It's only 10:07, but if you guys take a look at this, this is what I want to see. Big pushes up, pulls back, starts following that 10-day moving average, and now is trading in a very nice tight range. If we can give this a couple more days, I have an awesome feeling that GFAI, Guard Force AI, might be able to take off here. But again, guys, remember, this is not our leader in the sector. It could end up being the leader, but currently AI, in my personal opinion, is our leader. KPRX. We're waiting for that 10-day. You're going to hear me say it a lot for these breakout trades. waiting for that 10-day, that 21, and that 30 to move on up. If you guys are looking at any kind of tickers that I have not called out yet, just let me know. MTC, if we take a look at back here on MTC, it is a gap and crapper. This is a low float stock, guys. So if anybody's taking a look at this, please be careful. This could be under the same effect as that other trade we talked about, VLON, I believe it was, trading below $1. It looks like these guys were trading below $1, and bam, they get this large push up. They're going to try and hold this thing over $1 so that way they can be still listed under the NASDAQ. Let's go to JSPR. Guys, JSPR, we took this trade before. We got in because of the breakout, and we got out. Okay, here was the breakout. We got in. We hung out all this time. Once it touched our breakout or our stop loss, we got out of the stop. Now, I will go over our losing trades just like we'll be going over all of our winning trades over and over again, so that way we gain our eye for this, guys. If you gain an eye for these stock chart patterns and you learn how to do your own analysis and you make sure that you can support yourself and you're not depending on somebody else to just give you ticker symbols, to give you buy and sell alerts, which we do not do here. We teach you how to be self-sufficient so you can extrapolate money out of the market using risk management, low share size, and an even and keel head. That's what we want you to learn from this channel, okay? We don't want you taking the same trades. We want you learning, and that's what I'm here for you. I'm here to also learn myself. So if you see anything that I'm not, let's bring it up. Let's do some analysis on it, and let's make some money, baby. Yeah. SLQT was that earnings gap up. It gapped up here. This would have been our range breakout using low of day at 107. This thing made a beautiful accumulation here and a breakout. This breakout, if you would have, just like Tesla the other day, if you would have waited for this to accumulate and break out here and took small share size, risking this low of day, let's say here, that would have been another trade. That would have been another beautiful trade that you could have taken, okay? Now, this is getting a little bit more sloppy. It got a little sloppy here in the pre-market. It did come back down and test that in the pre-market, okay? But if we look, we're showing some constructive, some proof of concept on SLQT again here, okay? Now, what I am waiting for now is I have to wait for this to catch up. Since I missed my original trade, which was the earnings gap up, it was the earnings continuation trade. Because I missed that, guys, I'm waiting for the next time I can get in. I'm not chasing this. I'm not going to do anything that would make me feel uncomfortable if this thing had a large pullback today, okay? That's just not me. That's not how I trade, and that's not what I'll be doing. Let's take a look at GENE. So GENE, yeah, we're going to need probably another few days on GENE. NYT, we did take a look at this. We would have been stopped out if we would have taken this trade. We did not take this trade because we would have been chasing. This is a beautiful example why we don't chase. If you miss your entry point, then don't chase. It might give you another entry point sometime soon, just like this. So we played the earnings gap up, or we wanted to play the earnings gap up, but we missed it. So now what do? We have this beautiful push up, and it broke down. Thank goodness we didn't lose any money in this ticker. But now, instead of getting back in this, because it looks like it's constructive, we're going to wait until we can have some more confidence on one of these moving averages, okay? Why do we wait for moving averages? Because more than one person does it. Just the same reason why $1 is worth $1. It's worth $1 because you believe it, I believe it, and your neighbor believes it, okay? If none of us believed that it was worth $1, it would not be worth $1. And same thing with these tickers, okay? Same thing. If they don't think it's worth $39, this thing's going to head on down. But if we get a nice bounce off here, somebody thinks it's worth $39. Who thinks it's worth more? Well, same thing with this 10-day moving average. If I'm looking at the 10-day moving average, there's going to be a lot of other people looking at these moving averages. Okay, guys? So I use that. That's what gives me a little bit more confidence to trade these things. But I have to stick to my discipline rules in order to take these trades. If not, I become that sweaty trader. I'm wiping my palms, my sweaty palms on my sweatpants, and I'm shaking. And I got my eyes on this ticker, and I can't take it off. And then what happens? I miss all my other trades, right? Let's just, before we carry on, the next ticker that we'll be looking at is Lucy. But first, I want to show you my trade in IVAC. This is another breakout that we took. You can see it made this top area. It was respecting this 21-day moving average. It got really tight here, but instead of taking it on this break, I took it at the high of day break. Okay, I took the high of day break because I wanted everybody underneath me to have my back. Okay, all of these people have been trading for days and days and days. That's a lot of liquidity that is respecting the 21 and 30-day moving average. So if I take it just above it, I know that my risk I can use just below that breakout day. Okay, because if it comes back down here and it breaks me out here and it stops me out, I don't want to get stuck in the same consolidation, because this can consolidate for days. Then my money is wrapped up in a trade that I don't want to be in. Okay, so that being said, we take the breakout on the breakout, risking low of day, and after 3 days, 1, 2, 3, we take out half. Today, I will be taking out half of my shares in this trade. Now, we take low share size on these trades because we are back testing breakout strategies. It has been proven by other very notorious traders like Chris Quilamagi, but he back tested it and he trades it in his way. I trade these my way, and you're only going to get better if you do your own due diligence. I'm not going to just take some guy who's made millions of dollars and take his trades, because he has different types of emotions, he has different ways he trades, he has different ways he gets in and out. So the way I trade is different, so I'm going to back test this. I'm going to use small share size until I gain up so much confidence to know that when I take this trade, I don't mind risking $1,000, because I know if I take 50 of these trades, 90% of the time, I'm going to make money. Okay, so once I know that and I have the confidence to back it up, that's when I'll start taking bigger trades. Next up is Lucy. Look at Lucy, guys. So Lucy had this huge push up. Let's see the percentage of push. It pushed up over 220%. That is a huge push in the market. So we already know if Lucy's moving like that, guys, we know we're looking at a very low float and it's very volatile, right? So let's go ahead and bring it up just so we can keep ourselves safe, guys, before I can carry on. So we type in Lucy under the float checker, okay? Float checker's telling me that we are sub 100. We are trading at 2.4 million float, guys. It's a small float. It's a small float. This thing can rip your face off, okay? If somebody's got a couple $1 million and they wanted to mess around with this ticker, and they seen a lot of liquidity on the books, which you can see that using a lot of different things like book maps, the level 2, like this here's the level 2. It gives you, like it's showing me it's got 1,700 bids at $2.35 right now, and it's trying to sell 550 shares at $2.39. So we know we have more to the buy side right here, right now in this area. So some people might look at this level 2 and say, oh, hey, look, we got all this liquidity on the books right here at 233 backing it up. So we'll get it in at 235, and then we'll have 233 back us up. So that way we have people behind us buying up. Now, why don't I use this level 2? I don't trust it. I don't trust the level 2. There's a lot of spoofing, they call it. Spoofing is where they put fake orders on the book. They'll put like 1,000 order right here, so it gets a bunch of people in, and then they'll remove that liquidity off that book, and then they could just, people get nervous, and then they create a panic, and they can sell it. But what I like about Lucy is it's squatting down here on its 10-day. I would like to get in now just because of how tight it is, but we need more time. Okay, we need more time. I don't want to just get in on a squat and then set my, my stop loss from yesterday's low. I want to see if we can see something being a little bit more constructive here. Okay, we want it to be a little bit more constructive. Okay, so next up, let's just take a little peeky gander here. Make sure none of my alerts went off. You always want to make sure you keep an eye on your alerts, because your alerts are there for a reason. You put your alerts in there, so respect your alerts. Okay, guys? So, let's see. Let's see here. No alerts. TDC, nice push up. Oh, did we miss another one? Oh, no. No, this didn't gap up. It did push past its 10% after open, so I could have taken this trade, but we missed it. We already missed our time. Let's take a look at the only trade that we've taken today was DDL. And look at that. Right here is the reason why we get out of these, guys. We bought the break. It didn't work out. You get out right away. Once you're out, you don't have to worry about the sweaty trade, okay? And this is a big reason why. This is a big reason why I say don't follow my trades, guys, because I know when I'm going to get out. I know when I'm going to risk, okay? I don't want anybody following my trades unless you are confident yourself and you're taking the trade yourself. Do not follow me blindly. Do not follow anybody blindly. I am not a financial advisor. Let's take a look at SPY, guys. SPY, look at this. Still trading at this 410. We can't ask for much more. We cannot ask for much more, guys. I see that we got over 15 of you in here watching right now. If you like the stock commentary that I bring forth, if you like stock analysis live right here, right now, and I put everything on the line for you and do trades for you right here in front of you, if you like what I got, go ahead and hit that subscribe. Go ahead and hit that like and hit that notification bell so that way you get alerted the second I go live. I send it out about 6:30 in the morning, and then I send out alerts to everybody that I can to get you all in here before the market opens so we can get some pre-market prep in here. So let's go ahead and look at We're going to go finish through going through the indices. So we made it to QQQ now, guys. Let's take a look at the Qs. The Q is a tech-heavy ETF, and the Qs are looking quite similar to the S&P 500 if you'll notice. Okay, it's just a little bit more wider. It's got a little bit more range to it. So not by much. So this moves about 2% in a day as to where the SPY moves 1.4% in a day. So keep that in mind. The Qs are looking good. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple is looking constructive. It's still pushing up with the rest of the market. It's probably what's really helping this market push even higher. We're trading at 410.44. This is looking really good between Microsoft this morning giving this beautiful push up, and it looks like Apple is still finding some constructive movement on this 10-day moving average. We haven't seen the biggest pullback in Apple since back here at its base of 1523. So at the beginning of the year, it based out, and since this whole year, Apple has been trading, and it's made a push of over 25%. It needs a nice sideways action. It needs a bit of a pullback. Ashton, what's going on? Good morning, Ashton. It is always good to see you in here, young man. We really need to get together soon. I'd really like to hear how your life is doing, because the last time we talked, man, it sounded amazing. I absolutely love talking to you. I love kind of living through you because you're doing it a lot sooner than I started. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all the love and support. Let's see here, guys. Let's go ahead and take a look at SMH. I think we pulled this up a little bit earlier with NVIDIA, just to let you guys know that the SMH is a semiconductor ETF. Okay, this is if you wanted to get into a semiconductor, but you weren't sure which semiconductor to get into. This would be where you would want to put your money for a small, slower move. This is more of an investment type move, okay? Now, I'm not telling you to buy. I'm not telling you to sell. I'm not giving you any information on that. What I am saying is, if you wanted to invest some money and you did like semiconductors, but you were confused as to which one to get into, SMH has a grouping. It helps spread your money across all those semiconductors. Yes, sir. Just let me know a time and we'll make it work. Ashton, what about today? What about today sometime? I'm Eastern, let's say 5 o'clock. As long as I ain't gonna work, we should get together, we should chat. I wanna catch up with you, brother. We need to. IWM here, looking constructive. It's still well above its 200-day moving average. It looks like it's trying to find a little support on this 21-day moving average, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully we can get a nice sideways or even a little push higher. Now Amazon. Amazon has been just beaten down. It has been getting its butt kicked. If you guys remember, Blacktricity, what up, Tricity? Tricity, you sent that at like 9:30, dude, so it's been an hour. It's been an hour. You sent it on Discord, but hey, Tricity, if you're in here, we love you. Thank you for joining us. But guys, we know Amazon has been getting its butt kicked here, guys. It really has. It's probably one of the worst traded stocks, that and Google. one of the worst traded stocks in the market right now. There's under the 200-day moving average, and I have to say it too, Tesla's still trading under its 200-day moving average. So between Amazon, Google, and Tesla, which are very, very heavily weighted in the S&P 500, it is looking like these stocks still need some more time. Okay, so back to Amazon, I drew out for you guys this $100 area. Okay, and I said I wanted to see Amazon look constructive in that psychological $100 area. It did not. It didn't even stutter. Okay, it broke through that thing and it pulled back even harder. Now look, we are starting to see some very tightening range on its 30-day moving average. If and only if this thing can start to push higher, we might really, really see some market volatility in your S&P 500, bringing all the indices higher, guys, because Amazon, everybody's got their fingers in Amazon. Everybody loves Amazon. If you don't, I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, you can go on that place and you can buy anything you want and have it shipped almost overnight if you wanted to. I have an Amazon within miles of my house. I mean, I pass all the time. I actually go into the warehouse and I do a lot of their compressor work. I fix, maintain, and make sure their compressors are up to date, right? So I go in there and I see what's going on. They're always busy. They're always building. They're always... Now, they did just lay off a bunch of people. I don't remember how many, but that makes it look good for the company, okay? They're going to have to hire all those people back if they you know, they hired them for a reason, right? They hired them for a reason. So once everything starts turning around and everything starts looking a little better, they're going to have to hire those people back. It's just something that they have to do. They have to do for the books, and it's sad. You know, it's sad. It's window washing. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. That's capitalism at its finest, guys. Google, wow. You know, the overall market, everything that we looked at today looked very constructive, looked like it was at least holding up. But Google looks like it is hurting, guys. Are we not buying enough Google products? I have a Pixel. Of course, my screen's pretty well cracked because if it still works, I ain't buying a new one. I'm not trying to keep up with the Joneses. And thank goodness, too, because my next door neighbor, whew, boy, they got some money. They got more money than me, I think. You know, I'm not trying to keep up with them. Awesome people though. I'm only kidding. But yeah, guys, if you look at Google, I don't know what's going on, but we definitely want to see Google at least hold out here because we have these higher lows on the daily. And if we look at the hourly, let's see if we're seeing any constructive higher lows. Look at this, guys. We are seeing some higher lows, but look at this got broke. This higher low, this got broke. And now we're trying to be range bound here in this $95 area. Okay, if it can't hold on to this 95 and it breaks, it looks like we're going to come down to this 91 to 90 area. Okay, and we'll have to see if 90 holds up. All right, and if Google isn't going to hold up and Amazon isn't going to hold up and you know, anything else trading on 100-day moving average isn't going to pull up, we might just be trading sideways for a while, guys. And if that's it, that's fine. We have plenty of time to learn, plenty of time to react. And when things actually do happen, we'll have our alerts set and we'll be able to really extrapolate more money from this game, okay? So we got LPG. LPG, guys, I told you this morning, this is a stock that I really like. I really like the way it looks. I really like the way it's being constructive, but it's only moving 4.7%. It's pretty slow. Locked in, 5 p.m. Eastern today, Ashton says. Ashton, I'm going to write that on the board right now. I got a meeting with Ashton. 5 p.m. Alrighty. Now, if you guys will let me, we only got 30 more minutes of this day, and I will have to take off because I have schooling to do. So all I need to do is join in here so that way I'm all set up and they won't be waiting on me. So, no camera found, and hopefully my mic's off because no mic, no camera. Ready to join? I sure am. And good thing we just took care of that. Now we have nothing to worry about, and we can go look at our beautiful ticker, CRDO. What's going on, CRDO? If we look at the top here, it's close to its breakout area. Now, if we drew a line here, I would consider this a breakout, okay? I would consider this a breakout. So, Do we want to take some shares? Do we want to take the risk? Well, what is our risk? I like the psychological level of $18. Okay, it's trading at $18.85 just because of range and risk. I think what we're going to do is we're going to make our risk 18 and we are going to buy in very small share size. Very small share size. We'll just risk, let's say $5 on this trade, okay? So we're only going to take 5 shares of this on this breakout. A little extended here, just a little extended here from its 10-day. But like I said, guys, it got really tight and it broke this trend line that we drew. So if it gets us in, we'll take it. We'll take the trade, risking that $18. Okay, and we'll see. If it gets us in, then we'll make our thing. But if this thing takes off without us, guys, I'm not gonna chase. I will not chase this. I do hope it pulls back and gets us in, though. It did just break that high a day, and hopefully CRDO. And I want everybody to know I'm not recommending anybody take this trade. I'm taking this trade for your entertainment on very small share size, and I have my risk in mind at $18. That's the very first thing that I did. If you guys noticed, I looked at this trade, I caught interest, I made sure it was part of my strategy, and the next thing I do is I said, where is my risk? So if you're looking at any trade whatsoever, including this one or any other one, where is your risk? Unless you're buying in over time and averaging into the S&P 500, that you don't need to know your risk. All you need to know is that when you buy in the S&P 500 or any of these ETFs, your expectancy is 10 years from now, okay? Don't have any expectancy on anything. If you're buying long-term, make sure it's 10 years in the future. And guys, as I'm speaking, SPY, the S&P 500 trading at 410.96, now 411, right here, right now, right in front of you, as CRDO takes off without us, guys. Oh, this hurts to see. This hurts to see. This is one of those things. This is why I started this channel, guys, right here. Because I'm in front of you now. I will not chase. I will not chase this chase. I will not chase this trade. It did have 2. I'm already telling myself, well, it broke out, you know, well, just get in. Well, you're on small share size, you know, you want it in, buddy, get in. But here's the thing. I'm way too disciplined for that now, guys. And I have to prove to you, I have to prove to everyone that this works. If you find the right risk, you won't go broke. You will be able to show up the next day and continue trading. Once you have a backlog of over 100 trades in one strategy and you can prove to yourself and your bank account that you're making money, then and only then should you start taking your trades on a higher risk, okay? That's the only time, but even then, you're still gonna stick to your disciplined strategy, okay? Now, we have quite a few of you in here watching now. I do appreciate each and every one of you, but I have to do this spiel. I have to, guys. This is self-preservation, and I am an introvert who needs a lot of attention. So if you don't mind giving it to me like you have been for the whole past week, I would really appreciate you hitting that subscribe button, please. Every single day, we are here Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for this week. We are only going to be trading till 11 because of schooling, and we do live stock commentary, live trading, and live stock analysis. We do it all right here in front of you. We try to make it as exciting as we can, and even when you see me miss trades like that and my stomach hurts, we still try to revert back to the mean. We try to keep a calm, collective mind in order to be sure that we are making the right decisions, sticking to our strategies, sticking to our disciplinary rules. So if any of that means anything to you, you want to be a part of a group of like-minded traders, hit that subscribe button. Thank you very, very much. Now to carry on, let's see what the SPY is doing. Still trading at that 410 area. What a beautiful thing, guys. What a beautiful thing. If we can just trade sideways, I'm telling you, if we could trade sideways this day, I think tomorrow is going to be one of those days where we could get a huge push to the upside. Now, I don't really know what's going to happen. This is only my opinion, but with the expected market volatility and with this trading at that 410, which is a very key level, if we can see volume come in on the stage 2 uptrend, we might really see the market take off. okay? So that being said, that's why we want to be here for market prep. If we're here for morning open, market prep, when I open up at 8 o'clock, we go through the pros, the cons, what we're looking for, what we can expect, and maybe a couple of plan Bs, okay? We figure out where our risk reward is and what tickers we want to keep an eye on when things do look constructive, okay? So that being said, we know that Tesla looked like it was doing really, really well while the market was failing. And I do believe that's because when Tesla runs, it runs. Tesla ran. Tesla is not running nearly as much. And now, as you can see, let's put this on the 15-minute so that way we can compare. As you can see, the SPY, as Tesla traded lower and caught a bid, the SPY was trading higher, okay? And blew through that resistance. All right, so now Tesla doesn't look nearly as strong as it did last week when it was trading the adverse of what the SPY was. So this is something that I'm definitely just going to keep in mind. Ashton P says, all right, I got to head to the gym. I'll talk to you later today. Hey, Ashton, thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your time at the gym. But something I want to tell the rest of you while you're here is how important physical activity is outside the market. Okay, guys? If we have any type of physical activity that we can do, whether it's just doing pull-ups, because I have a bum knee right now, I can't do any jiu-jitsu, I can't do any running without being in misery, so I just do pull-ups. That's where I get my cardio, that's where I get my exercise. It helps me release some of that built-up stress, some of that built-up energy that you guys can tell I have, and you can do anything. Just do it. Outside of here, in order to have a healthy mind, you need to have a healthy body, okay? So if you're taking trades and you're risking a lot to try and get that Rari that you want so bad, that's fine. You should do it with a healthy mind, a healthy body, and you're going to hear me say this all the time, okay? Now, I don't eat perfectly every single day. I don't work out every single day, guys. I'm not a super fitness guru like my cousin Jordan is, but I will say this, guys. It makes you feel a hell of a lot better when you're stepping up to the market. If you feel better about yourself, if you feel confident, and you don't have any stress that's building up. Okay, when you work out, you relieve those stresses, and then when you come to the market and you have some stresses, hey, it's not going to affect you nearly as much. SPY moving up to 411 again, guys. It's trading at 410.97. This is a beautiful day in the market. It's getting me so excited. We got 15 of you here watching now. That's awesome. That's awesome. If you haven't liked, you haven't subscribed yet, do that for me. It's absolutely free. It cannot hurt you. If it does, you have a scratch, beat up phone like I do. The like button's almost right there on that beat up scratch part. I will cut my fingers for you, and I hope you don't have to cut your fingers for me. It looks like we are up to 138 subscribers. Thank you so much. Pedro no way. Pedro? Are you the gentleman that does jiu-jitsu? If it is, you need to let me know right now. Howdy back to you. If you are the Pedro that I know that does jiu-jitsu, I am absolutely amazed and blessed that you're in here right now. I'm still happy and amazed that that you're in here right now. I just want to know if you are the Pedro that I'm thinking of. So HSCS, guys, it's starting to break down from this 10-day moving average. No big deal. We're going to keep an eye on it. XPON still being constructive, trading sideways, waiting for that 10, 21, and 30-day moving average to move on up. Moving on up. I know, you're not here to watch me sing. GFAI still looking absolutely beautiful, guys. I absolutely love this. Huge moves up, constructive pullbacks, respecting that 10-day moving average. Howdy, maybe. Laugh aloud. Already forgot about me? No, Pedro. No, Pedro, don't make me feel bad. Are you, remind me. Were you working with us yesterday? Are you Caleb? I don't know. It seems like your name's a bit different. KPRX is still holding that $6 area. JSPR, we just got a alert on LPG. Let's go back to LPG, guys. Look at that, LPG breaking out. Look at this, guys. And I was just saying, it's a little too extended. I missed it. Blah, blah, blah. This thing's taking off, man. Wow. What's the other one that we missed? CRDO? Look at this. Yikes, guys. Ooh, if I would have got that. My bid's just still sitting here. Oh, Tricity! Oh! Tricity. Tricity, dude. I'm going to start my 3-part apology by saying you are one handsome man. Thank you so much for being here, Tricity. Screw Pedro. I know you as Tricity, man. Come on, let's go. CRDO in the mix, guys. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. So what we're going to do, just to be constructive, this is where I wanted in. This is not where I got in. If it comes back here, I don't want in anymore because the best ones take off and go crazy like wildflower. So this is breaking out. We're going to keep our eye on CRDO. It had beautiful, it rode this 10-day moving average, and we drew this line here in pre-market. It did break out, but, you know, I sat here and chewed on my fingernails and, you know, threaded for too long, and now this thing's taking off without us. Yikes. But that's okay. We're going to revert back to the mean. We're going to stay calm, collected, and hopefully catch that next one. But I promise, guys, we will keep our eye on CRDO. So hopefully we can find another opportunity to get in here. You never know, guys. You never know what's going to happen. This thing could slam back down, even though we're trading on pretty high volume right now. This thing might just go to the moon today. And it is trading on an ADR of 5.6%. So everything's looking good. You're happy, I'm happy. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. We got 15 of you in here watching right now. It's a beautiful day to be in the market. It's a beautiful day to be here, and it looks like a very beautiful day outside as well, guys. ALGM. Look at ALGM. I still need more days. This is too extended still. It's still too wide. This is the kind of day I want to see right here. Right here on 2/8/23. I want to see that here, sitting on top of the 10-day in order for me to take the trade. Tricity. Yeah, I'll change my profile pic. Yeah, if you change it to your profile pic that we have on Discord, I will not be confused. So I do appreciate you. Please bear with me. There's a lot of new faces in here, so thank you so much for being here, brother. We got 138 subscribers, guys. What an amazing day. Wait, 138? I just wrote 135 on the board, guys. That's nothing but love. Nothing but love you guys are showing me. I do appreciate it. Let me go ahead and wipe it off and write anew. Actually, I can make this 5 and 8. Watch this. Look at that. Look at that. Made a 5 and 8. Looks like crap, but it's okay. Fastest we're moving, we're going to have to change the number soon anyway. So thank you for the subscription, guys. Keep passing it on. Send it to your mama. She'll love it. She will love it. Well, let's take a look at AI. Not a constructive pullback in my opinion, guys. This is a huge pullback. It found an area right here, the Goldilocks zone I like to call it, okay? Because if we looked on the 15-minute, we had consolidation back here last week, okay? And then it came down, we had some consolidation here. And basically what we are looking for on this is to trade sideways and wait for those moving averages to catch up. Once those moving averages catch up, then we were going to play it. But it broke down. Now we're going to wait. We're going to wait to see if it come down in this new consolidation area, maybe around that psychological $20 area. If it can do that, and it can build on this 21 or 30-day moving average, AI will have a trade in my bet, okay? So hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully we can take that trade, okay? So let me just make sure we don't have any alerts going off, anything crazy. Looking okay, not bad. BBAI, nope, we're going to move back up here. We're going to carry on. Let's start from the top, guys. AEHR is looking like it's finally holding up on that 30-day moving average. If you guys know me, I've been watching AEHR from its inception back here on the 6/11/21. I have seen all of these moves. I've made a little bit of money on this move here. But other than that, guys, I haven't seen anything. The only other thing that I've seen is when it pulled up here and it parked itself on this 10-day moving average. I believe that we got in on this breakout and got right back out when it broke that daily bottom. Okay? Know your risk. If you know your risk, you can't lose a lot of money. Okay? That risk reward here, I was expecting this thing to break out and continue higher, but it is extended. So it's okay if we have constructive pullback, maybe trade sideways. But either way, AEHR is on my watch list, but not for the future. Guys, I have about 15 minutes left with you this morning. I hate saying that with so many people in here, but I do have a life that I have to live outside of this verse. And it's A-okay, because what I do outside of here is extrapolate more knowledge from more traders so I can bring it here to you and give you the best commentary, the best strategies so you can back test them yourself, so you can use risk reward to extrapolate more money from the market. If you like what I have for you, if I'm bringing you any entertainment whatsoever, if you like live commentary, stock analysis, and live trading right here in front of you, I put it all on the line, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and let's make some money. All right, guys, let's carry on. We're on NAOV, still looking for a constructive pullback or sideways action for that 10 to 20 or 30-day moving average to move up. TNK, same thing, guys. It's pretty well extended, and we'd like to see some constructive pullback here in order to find a bid. PDD looks like it's really trying to push higher. It was hanging around that 30-day moving average, but because it broke down, I wasn't caring about it. Now it's pushing up. If it can trade sideways for a little bit and stay on top of one of those moving averages, then we will be A-OK. DHT. So DHT is trading higher. It did break out. So DHT is another earnings that we missed. It gapped up. In pre-market, it was only 3%, but right away in the morning, it added a ton of volume and pushed this thing up higher. Now, you can take that on that volume, on that push up higher, but you need to do it on the 5-minute. Well, you don't have to do it on the 5-minute. I do it on the 5-minute or the 1 hour, okay? So then if you would have taken this, you would have bought it in at 10.24, but your risk would have been all the way down here at 9.5, okay? So if you can find a better edge in the market, I suggest you do so. Okay, so if you could have used this as your low or this as your low, which brought your stop loss up, but that's just not how I do it, guys. I always use that low of day simply because it always tends to work out better in my favor if I give it a lot wider risk. Okay, so let's carry on to XM. XM, we took this trade before. We took this trade. This was an earnings gap up. Okay, we took the earnings continuation play on the hourly. We got in here. We got most of our trades out, or half of our trades out here, and then when it broke this 10-day moving average, we got the rest out. To me, that is a picture-perfect play. Once we got in, it continued higher. It never looked back, just like these earnings continuation plays should look like. After 3 days, we took half of our money out. Even that, after that third day, it really gapped up here, and then it traded sideways. Once it broke that 10-day, we got the rest of our money out. That is a beautiful win. Let's just take a look at the percentage gain. The percentage gain on the first piece, we made a small, let me see. Oh, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there it is. Okay. So on the first day, we made 5% on our money. And that last half, we ended up making 8% more on our money. So the first half, we made 5%. The other half, we made 8%. It was on low share size. But guys, I want you to understand that it's fractal, right? You can add as many zeros as you want. So if we only took shares, we could have taken 1,000 shares. Now you only get so big, or you run into that issue of liquidity where there's not enough people to buy shares from, because if you're buying a share, there's somebody that's selling a share, right? So you need to understand that. The SPY is trading at 410.95. Guys, holy cow, I got less than 15 minutes, and the SPY is just looking so stinking beautiful. So stinking beautiful. This is what we want to see, guys. Now, this thing can pull back and trade anywhere in between this. I will be happy if this SPY just hangs out at this 410 and trades sideways for a while. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I want it to do, so that way I can redo my pre-market prep so I can gain the knowledge and the capability of saying, hey, what is expected for tomorrow? Are we going to continue higher? If we start to continue higher, what stocks do I want to be in? What breakouts am I looking at? And are my alerts set? And then before I do it, obviously, what is my risk? We are going to go to CRZQ in just a second. Let's look at IVAC. This trade I took last week. We're still holding. This is the third day. And just to prove to you guys, we'll go ahead and take half of our shares out right now. Okay? So we're going to sell half of our shares right now. And then what we'll do is we'll bring our stop loss up to break even. So we have 5 more shares of this. We're going to go into the active trader. We're going to go up to where we bought it. Okay. And we're going to click sell. I always like to go to edit, and I always make sure it's on a stop order, stop market order. And I like to switch this from day till good till close, good till close. Okay. That means I don't have to worry about this trade anymore. I could come back next year and I'm either in this trade still or it has stopped me out. Aside from the fact that it could gap past in pre-market or aftermarket. But this thing doesn't show too much trading in that, so it's a relatively safe trade for me. Okay? Good morning. Can't say I have a client. Just wanted to stop in and say hello. Hey, Ma, I really appreciate you coming here. Really appreciate you stopping in and supporting me like you always have. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's my mother, my beautiful, beautiful mother. You enjoy your client, you enjoy your day, and if you're still here, now's the time to take a sip, Shawana. Let's take a little sip of this black coffee, because I know you, mama. You got coffee in your hand. I promise you that. And it's got more creamer and sugar, enough for 3 more coffees for a grown adult. I promise you that's how she's drinking it, and probably 3 ice cubes. Am I right? Let me know if I'm right. Hopefully you're live and we don't get this a year later. Guys, XM is now constructing in that Goldilocks area. This isn't my trade anymore. We got in, we extrapolated the money that we need, and we got the heck out of there. Hey, Pedro. Pedro changed his... Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. Thank you. Pedro changed his picture just for us in chat, guys, and I absolutely love it. You are the man. CRZQ. So this was a stock that one of our low float guys were shooting through. No sugar. Are you okay? Mama's ain't got no sugar in her coffee. Holy cow. So DraftKings, guys, this is what hurts about the market, okay? So I got a perfect buy-in here, and I wanted that pullback in DraftKings. We got that pullback in DraftKings. I added into it, and look at, guys, right when it broke me for break even right here, I got out. This is all part of trading, guys. I took this on a trend trade. Now, I could go ahead and get back in right at my area and act like nothing happened, but I will not do that. Big reason why? Because if this thing breaks down and gets me out again, I'm going to be more mad at myself for not getting out of the stock and staying out of the stock. So this is looking constructive, and I might end up taking a trade on this soon, but I need to see more time. This is considered a trend trade, like from something from Stan Weinstein's stock market trend trading analysis, okay? And I actually want to go ahead and bring that up for you guys. I told you earlier that I would put this in the chat, and I'm going to put this in the chat. So if you guys scroll through here and see that LoFiTrader has posted some things that you guys can take a look at when I leave here at 11, because I have some schooling to do today, or all this week I'll be leaving at 11. Unfortunately, but if you go through the comments, guys, I've put Chris Quilamagi in here, I put Stan Weinstein in here, and I also put let's see, I also put, maybe I didn't put it in here, I put Trade the Matrix in here, guys. So I'm going to put Trade the Matrix in here too, so that way you guys have something to do, you have something to look forward to, you have something to read and study, okay? The more you read, the more you study, the more you understand how other people trade, the better you are going to be in the market, okay? You're going to be a lot better off if you understand both long, both short, both small cap, large cap. It takes a long time to learn it all. You can just pick one thing and really hone in and focus on that. I do suggest doing that first. That is the best way to go, but over time, you're going to need to have an accumulative knowledge so that way you understand the market. So learn it and love the process. Don't be stressed out while you're doing it. Don't think you're going to get rich overnight. If you think you're going to get rich overnight, you're going to be one of those fools that end up broke. And I don't want anybody in here not knowing what they're doing. Guys, I want you to start with your risk, know how much you could lose on a ticker, and then go ahead, keep it hands off, let the play out, and if it hits your stop loss, you get out. We're here to protect you guys, so be safe. So anyway, DraftKings is finding a bid. It is making some constructive area here. Let's look at First Solar. We talked about earlier this morning, First Solar is in the solar panel business, and I do think this is more of a leader in its sector. So if solar is going to continue to get hot and stay hot in this market, and this market on the SPY looks like it does want to continue higher, then what we want to do is look at these leading sectors and the fastest movers in order to find a trade. We want to catch a bid, and we want to be able to hold that bid in some constructive areas. Now, this is trading well above its 200-day moving average, and this being a trend trade, this is more of a William O'Neill how to make money in the stock market type trade, where we're looking at a lot of things. We're looking at technicals. We are looking at fundamentals. In these trades, you want to make sure you have institutional ownership buying these things up. Where can you see that? A lot of times you can see it in the volume. These huge masses of volume, that's not you and I. You and I cannot move the market like that. And if you can, then I would like to join you on your yacht for lunch one day. We can talk stock-related stuff and how I can progress to where you're at, okay? Probably won't buy a yacht, but hey, I can learn a little something from somebody who's got a yacht, right? Chris Quilamagi's got a yacht. I'd go on his yacht, have lunch for sure. Probably learn a lot from that guy. Pedro and Ashton, oh my God, friends. John Hammer, absolutely. We got the Duality crew in here, and it feels good to have the support from you guys. You guys have been around from the very start. You guys have shown me and produced a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge. Let's see, Howie, hey brother, promised I've been lurking. Forgot Boston, had a vet appointment today. Hey Howie, I'm just happy you're here. We got 17 in here. If you guys like any of the value that I'm bringing you today, any of the live stock commentary, live analysis, and heck, I'm bringing live trades to you today, guys. And every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today, I have schooling at 11, so I'll be leaving in about 5 minutes. But if you like it, hit that subscribe button, guys. We want to get up to 200 subscribers by the end of the week. Our goal last week was 100, and we are sitting at 138 right now, guys. 138. That is an amazing feat, and we are trading at 411.60. If this doesn't bring you joy, nothing does. You must be a Grinch, you must cry on Christmas, and you must run away from your feelings on V-Day. Speaking of V-Day, if there's any gentleman out there, which it is showing my demographic on the analytics, are mostly men. If you have a wife or a girlfriend, now is your reminder. There is no excuse. Go get that V-Day present so you don't get your butt kicked or whatever your wife or girlfriend might do, okay? My wife's pretty forgiving because I am extremely forgetful, but I'm going to do my best to get my butt out there so Valentine's Day is A-okay. I won't get a pie in the face on stream tomorrow. 411.80 as the stock market trades higher with 16 people in here, and I have to leave in 4 minutes. Guys, I love you to death, and I hope to see you tomorrow, same stinking time. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. Make me happy. Do yourself a favor. Let's make some money in the market. Carly's listening. Uh-oh, we better be careful, guys. Ooh, who would have thought? Who would have thought my wife would have been listening? SoFi is another ticker that we did end up getting out for break even, but this is exactly... You're killing me, Tricity. You're killing me. I shouldn't read comments while I'm trying to talk. LoFiTrader is my V-Day. Well, I hope you're here on Valentine's Day. Maybe I can do my best to try and make it special for everybody out there. So I appreciate you guys being here. You're bringing lots of smiles, lots of love, lots of laughter. Let's carry on, though. Well, we only got a few more minutes left in the stock market, and it is beautiful. Things are looking very constructive today as the market SPY is trading at 411.73. I'll be very honest, guys. I don't want to see this thing go right back up to highs. I want to see this thing pull back a little bit. I want to see it trading sideways. That way we can get more people built up in this area. The more we have, the more traders we have, the better off we're going to be. Okay? Sorry, I'm starting to hear my schooling start up and everything. I'm getting a little distracted, guys, but I'm going to do my absolute best to keep focused for you. Let's go ahead and take one more sip, Shawana. Cheers. Oh yeah, I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. 16 of you here today. Let's move on. So this is MindMed, guys. MindMed is a stock that is mostly related news-wise around mushrooms, magic mushrooms to be specific. Who would have thought we'd be talking about magic mushrooms on the stock market? But listen, guys, a lot of people are taking a like to this, and people are seeing that there are therapeutic, whether you like it or not. I'm just putting it out there that this is what they do, okay? I'm not for or against it, but I will say, MindMed is a very specific ticker that if it gains traction and it becomes a hot sector, mushrooms, if it becomes a hot sector, this thing could really be constructive and start to take off. We are seeing some constructive activity around this 10-day moving average. This might be something you want to put on your watch list to see if it lines up with your strategy. Do keep in mind that this has been breaking down, it has had splits, and it does, right here, have obvious history of gap and crap. So, keep the toilet paper ready, make sure your risk reward is there, and make sure you know what you're doing. Okay, guys? Let's look at spot. We only got time for a couple more, so if you got a ticker, throw it in the chat. I'll take a look at it before I have to split. SPOT. This was another earnings gap that we missed, guys. In the morning, it came up and traded from its lows to open. It opened here. Opened here, and it was up 12, almost 13%, guys. That would have caught my eye, and it did. I was watching it, but I had gotten into too many tickers at once. What happens when I get into too many tickers at once? I stop taking trades and I just manage my risk, okay? Now, what I need to do is take every single one of these trades on smaller share size. If I have too many tickers out, then what I need to do is take smaller share size. DraftKings real fast? Sure. DKNG? We'll go over DKNG again. So DKNG, guys, as you know, I got into this ticker when it was trading right on its 10-day moving average. It got tight on it, above its 200-day, and I'm playing a Stan-Weinstein trade, okay, where it is forming a stage 2 analysis uptrend. I'm trying to get in and average in. As I averaged in, I only had 20 shares. My goal was to get 100. I added in another 20 shares here, but I stopped out at break even because I was forced to bring my stop loss up for break even here. Now, these I don't usually take because we've been in a bear market so long, to find a stage 2 uptrend is pretty difficult. Okay, so now we're starting to see a lot of stage 2 uptrends. We still have time to try and average into this DraftKings. This isn't a buy or sell recommendation, and I am Dave with LoFiTrader. If I brought you any value to your life today, if you like this entertainment and you want to see more, hit that like, hit that subscribe. You guys, I gotta go. I got things to learn, but I see there's 16 of you in here. I hope to see you tomorrow. Go ahead, check out my videos. Go ahead, check out the resistance. Check out the candlestick patterns. Check out all the videos I got. If you guys have any questions, message me. Let me know what you want to see and what videos you want to see coming up next, okay? So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you, and I hope you have a blessed day.